You're going to see me glancing up and down because I have two computers, screens going here, and my camera's up here, and you guys are over here. So, but if you can, you know, as we're going through like last time, leave your video on. I know that's not always possible, but at least then, you know, I can kind of see nodding heads. And Rick does not have video today, so I could, we're going to have you jump in and talk. He's not going to be able to see your heads nodding as much and hands waving and that type thing. All right. Anyway, it's great to be back with you guys. We're looking forward to today. Now, people and numbers can be deceiving, but patterns always reveal the truth, because patterns of behavior reveal how we think and how we act. And last month, if you remember, we discussed the 5 factors that will influence or help determine your behavior pattern in the workplace. Does anybody remember what those 5 are, or if you have your notes in front of you? Remember the first one starts with a P. And if you have it, jump in. Or if you remember one of them, jump in.
Personality.
Personality, yes. Anybody have the rest?
Situation.
Situation, thank you.
Needs.
Needs.
Leadership style.
Yep, your manager's leadership style, and?
Operating environment.
The operating environment, okay? So the reason I wanted to remind you of these, you'll be seeing them in each of these patterns that we talk about today. So these 5 factors working together help to determine or influence which of those 7 behavior patterns from that pyramid that you tend to use the most in the workplace. Now, I sent you some bullet points of each of those patterns yesterday that you can take notes on. We will send you a little bit more detail at the end of today, along with your individual leadership pattern assessment. So you're going to see where others placed you, their perception of you in all these leadership behaviors. So you'll get more information after today, but you can take notes underneath those bullet points for now. We've also sent you a copy of our book, Be Legendary. Some of you have already received it and started reading it. So you will be able to read more about each of these behavior patterns in that book as well. And you are going to be in teams discussing different sections in that book throughout the year, and specifically probably some that we're not able to cover in the sessions. So it's an easy read. So anyway, over the next few months, you'll be doing that with your teams. So here we go. We're going to talk about these patterns today, and we like to use the analogy of a scale. And I'm going to share my screen with you. Okay, we like to use the analogy of balancing a scale. And so you'll have the 2 extremes on either side of that scale, and the pattern that has the best balance of a focus both on task and people in the middle of that scale. So if you look at that pyramid that we sent you last time, and actualizers at the top of that pyramid, if you push that pyramid down flat, you would have this little scale that you're seeing on your screen now, that little line at the bottom that has actualizer in the middle, Apollyon on one end, synergist, the 2 extremes on either end. So just a different visual for you. So we are going to this morning cover the 2 extremes and pattern in the middle with the best balance. And then you'll have a lunch break, and after lunch, we'll come back and fill in with those that fall in between. And so we're going to start the day with the Apollyon, aka the Prince of Darkness.
Okay, thank you, Sherry. And this is the first time I've been on audio and not video ever, and it's too bad because I'm really looking good. I mean, I look better than I have in years, and I know it's not going to last. So I hate that we will not be on video together. But anyway, I'm going to keep asking as we go through this. Can you hear me? Just to be sure. So is the audio clear and is it loud enough? Could
Yes.
someone answer that?
It is for me, yes.
It is, okay. All right. Polyon, you know, we're going to tell you under each pattern what the definition is of each of the patterns. So Apollyon is defined as Prince of Darkness, Messenger of Death. Sherry was just talking about going through the influences that together collectively help us or allow us to pivot toward one of these patterns. And I think, too, Sherry, you said in January 26th, when we met all together, that we're going to give you clues. There are going to be clues where you can identify a pattern, and we're going to go over those clues today. And I think, Sherry, you said in January that given the clues, that all of us will only need about 45 minutes to determine the pattern in front of us. That was the good news. 45 minutes with those clues, and you know the pattern that you're working with or dealing with or a colleague with. Again, that's the good news. The bad news with the Apollyon is we do not have 45 minutes. If we haven't determined that we are in the presence of the Apollyon within 3 minutes or less, the consequences will be brutally painful. In a few moments, we're going to meet Jeff Bezos. Does everyone know of Jeff Bezos? I would probably think, of course. And that's a question. Everybody pretty much familiar with Jeff Bezos?
Yes, and I'm going to ask if you want to chat, since Rick cannot see you shaking heads, if you want to chat, just yes and things when he asks questions, maybe we can have Jess or Kelly call that out for Rick.
Thank you, Sherry. Jeff Bezos, of course, is Amazon, and I think, and I may be wrong here, but I think he is now considered the wealthiest person in not just the country, but in the world. That's what I think is the case. Very, very successful guy. But Jeff Bezos is also a classic Apollyon. And in a moment, he will demonstrate by way of an example that 3-minute warning that I just gave you, because 3 minutes with an Apollyon, we got to know that that's the pattern in front of us, or again, it will be very painful. And Jeff Bezos is going to give us an example where he totally demolished someone in less than 3 minutes. But that'll come up in a moment. Just a few other things that I'd like to share with you about the Apollyon. They are the baddest of the bad. Pure manager. When Sherry and I talk about manager versus leadership, Apollyons are pure managers, very little, if any, leadership or people focus. It is all about the task and bottom line results. Manages with an iron fist. This pattern enjoys, gets pleasure from shooting the wounded after the battle. They are power-driven and a high need for control, and they maintain authority over others with that control. They maintain control over ideas, people, conversation, and time. A few other examples that will go with Jeff Bezos. How many of you have heard of Neutron Jack Welch? Again, if you want to chat that in the chat box or just speak up, but how many of you have heard of Neutron Jack Welch? Anybody?
Rick, lots of yeses, and I saw a GE typed in there.
Sure,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that, Sherry. Thanks, whoever spoke up. Why do you think they nicknamed him Neutron Jack? Again, anybody have any thoughts about how he earned the nickname Neutron Jack?
I don't, Rick, this is Matt. I don't have an exact reason for why they gave him that nickname. I do know that he used to have this policy where he would go through the company and basically he would make all of his managers rank all of their people, and then they would cut the bottom 10% just to keep everybody on their toes.
Yes, I remember that. You're exactly reminded me of that. That was just part of his pattern. Thank you for that. Thank you. Anybody else want to weigh in on the Neutron nickname for Jack Welch? They said that after Jack would visit your facility, the building would be left standing, but all the people inside were dead. Like a neutron bomb going off, it evaporates people but leaves structures standing. Neutron Jack Welch. Now, there's another name that I want to give you, but I'm going to see again if you can guess who this is. She is referred to as the Queen of Mean because of her cruel and vicious mistreatment of employees and her off-camera, and I quote, arrogant, dismissive, and extreme volatile nature. Who might
Leona Helmsley or something like that.
Well, and she was the original, and you're right, absolutely right. She was the original Queen of Mean, but after she died, after her death, then this woman inherited it. She's on TV, and she's very relevant today. You can see her almost every day on TV, and I will give you another clue.
Is that Ellen?
Ellen DeGeneres?
Ellen?
Who said that?
Dawn and Joseph, I think.
Yeah, it's not her, but hold on to that name. Hold on to her name, because in a minute you're going to hear it again. But this particular clue is not Ellen. The clue that I was going to give you is it's probably been now 5, 6, 7 years ago. She was released from prison for violating.
Martha Stewart.
I'm sorry?
Martha Stewart.
Martha Stewart is correct. Martha Stewart. I mean, when you see her on TV, you would never imagine that, but it's Martha Stewart. And then the other name, Sherry, do we still have the clip on our political guy?
Yes, we do.
Are you going to be? We're going to let you see this before you show the clip. Let's see if you can guess it first. This guy ran for president in 2016. He did not make the cut, but he's from New Jersey, and they're saying and speculating that in 2024 he will be running for president again.
Chris Christie.
Chris Christie, and now Sherry will give you a little glimpse of Chris.
Okay, let me know if you can, if you don't hear the audio on this. It should be set up, but let's see.
What would your mother say to your critics?
Shut up.
Well, damn, man, I'm governor. Could you just shut up for a second?
That's not all he says to his critics.
Are you stupid? First off, it's none of your business.
You people are the worst. So you conduct yourself like that in the courtroom, your rear end's going to get thrown in jail, idiot.
Okay. Your fans call you frank, candid, open. Your critics call you a hothead. Do you need anger management?
No. You know, anger is not a vice. There are times when it's appropriate for folks to react angrily, and it expresses a particular emotion and point of view that I think is very powerful.
That's I would call that sort of pivoting toward Apollyon. And then who mentioned Ellen earlier, just a moment ago, that I promised I would come back to?
Dawn and Joseph.
Well, again, very correct. Ellen DeGeneres was added to our list, Sherry and my list, in August of this year when stories about the legendary entertainer surfaced as, listen to this, notoriously one of the meanest alive. One of the meanest people alive. Accusations of controlling a toxic workplace and sexual misconduct. And it's kind of interesting when you think that her signature sign-off every day that she's on, she always and has always signed off with, "Be kind and love one another." Very interesting. It was quite a surprise to see her show up on that list. Let's now go back and meet Jeff Bezos, that I promised also that I would come back to. And this is a little excerpt from one of his executive staff members. A high-level executive who is part of Bezos' inner circle recalled a meeting with Bezos in which one of two presenters was not apparently prepared enough. Bezos abruptly interrupted him, and this was with less than 3 minutes. It was almost immediate. Bezos abruptly interrupted him and said, "I do not know if this idea is sheer stupidity or gross incompetence, but it makes me want to go to the bathroom." And he looked at that guy and he said, "You're done." And then he looked at the second presenter, who was the partner of this individual that was told that, and he said, "You're up next, and you take over the presentation, and I'll be back from the bathroom in a moment." While he was gone, the executive who was sitting beside the second presenter said, "Are you prepared when he gets back, when Jeff gets back? Are you thinking about what you're going to say?" And the second presenter said, "No, I'm not thinking about what I'm going to say right now. I am praying to God that I will have a heart attack and die before he gets back." So when you look at these individuals, you can see why they are sometimes referred to as the messenger of death. Now, here's my question to all of you, and I'd like again for you to weigh in on this. Let's put you now in the seat of the second presenter. Now, you have just witnessed your partner being fired, so to speak, and humiliated, and you're next up, and you have about a minute or two before Bezos returns. How are you going to manage this meeting? What are you going to do to manage the situation and hopefully be able to manage Bezos? And we all need to know this because we all need to know how to prepare and deal with this pattern. And Jeff is just one example of many Apollyon. So think about that for a moment. How are you going to deal with this Bezos guy? How are you going to manage him? Thoughts when you have them. Or would you also be hoping that you would have a heart attack and die before he gets back? Anybody have a thought or an observation as to, if you were the second presenter, how are you going to deal with this guy when he gets back in about a minute or two? It's tough.
I would think, how am I going to survive until I get another job? Because I would hate to work for somebody like that. And actually, I have in the past worked for people like that, and I looked for another job.
Yeah, good answer, my friend.
Well,
yes, I hear someone else kind of pitching in.
yeah, well, I was going to say that I would just focus on the win, because people who are Apollons want to be focused on one thing, and that is winning. And so I wouldn't let him unnerve me, just thinking about how I can just please him. I would just be thinking about the winning factor. How do we get from where we are to that successful place?
Very good answer. That's one way. That's one way. Thank you. The answer, let me pick up, but thank you for those couple of responses. The answer to our question, how do we best manage Bezos or any Apollyon, begins with the gotta know characteristic of the Apollyon. And that's what Sherry referred to in every pattern. We're going to give you the gotta know. Now, what we mean by that, we need to know all the characteristics of every pattern, because those are the way we know how to deal with these individuals. So we have to know all the characteristics. And when I say characteristics, I do want you to know that we're referring to the codes that we need to have in order to identify these patterns. So we need to know all of the characteristics, all the codes of every pattern, but in each pattern there is, again, the gotta know of the gotta knows. And the gotta know of the Apollyon is, I want you to look on your handout that Sherry sent you. It's the third bullet down, and it says thanks categorically. Does everyone see that? The gotta know of the Apollyon is the number 3 bullet down on the descriptive words, thanks categorically. Third bullet from the top. I would like for you, one, to highlight that and maybe make a little note beside it. That's the gotta know of the gotta knows. Now, Apollyons, what that means in general, Apollyons think, communicate, and negotiate categorically. And again, while you're thinking about what that means, what does that mean? They communicate, negotiate, and and think categorically, communicate categorically, and negotiate categorically. While you're thinking about that, I am going to say something that's going to sound a little bit confusing at first, and I'm going to repeat it, explain it, and then tie it directly to the Apollyon and their categoric thinking. But bear with me the first time. People get to be a certain way many different ways. But once they are that way, they view things the same way. So let me repeat it again. People get to be a certain way many different ways. But once they are that way, they view things the same way. In other words, Apollyons get to be Apollyons many different ways, but once they are Apollyon, they view the world like every other Apollyon, and they all view the world categorically. So again, after having a few moments to think about it, how does a categoric viewer view the world? Question there. How does a categoric viewer view the world? Any thoughts?
This is Nick. I would say no shades of gray.
Thank you. Thank you. That's exactly right. And the flip side of that is they view the world black or white, good or bad, right or wrong, for me or against me. You see, Apollyons have uncomplicated their world by removing what you just said, the shades of gray. And their question to us with that black or white view of the world, did you complete the project or not? Yes or no? You're either 100% for me 100% of the time, or you're 100% against me 100% of the time. Which is it going to be? You and I complicate our world by factoring in the shades of gray, because that is reality. They factor the shades of gray out. So thank you for that answer. You were spot on. What do we mean? This is a follow-up to shades of gray. What do we mean by shades of gray? Because they will not tolerate shades of gray. So we've got to know what that means. Anyone want to take a guess on what shades of gray mean?
This is Christina. Can y'all hear me? Can you see me?
No.
I can.
Okay. Well, you're on the phone, right? I was just going to say it means nuance. You know, there are different layers and nuance to situations and circumstances that complicate them and don't lend themselves to a sort of binary interpretation, like you were saying, yes or no, right or wrong. There are more than two, only two finite ways of looking at things, that's where the nuance comes in.
Okay, excellent answer. Excellent answer. I'll go ahead and just weigh in on that. What you just said, but you're again right on the money. Simply, and this is the definition actually, but then I'm going to embellish it a bit more. Simply, it is communicating or responding without using absolute terms. Here are some examples of what that means. It is rationalizing our position. Rationalizing is a shades of gray. It's explaining our reasons, shades of gray. It's qualifying where we stand on something, giving excuses or replying, I think, answers. Those are all shades of gray. Another former Amazon executive said this about Jeff: if you start giving him rationalizations or excuses, he will tear you to shreds. Neutron Jack Welch said, his words verbatim, I will not tolerate I think answers from anyone. Now, let me give you an example. Now, Sherry, will we be able to show the clips? I guess we're up and running with the clips, and we're not having any technical problems with those. Is that still true?
That's true so far, yes.
Good, because I was not going to use this example if we were going to not be able to show the clips. But let me give you an example from a movie that you will see clips on in a short time. Let me give you an example from a movie that you may have seen, a movie that we will be showing those clips on, a true story that vividly captures the essence of both the Apollyon and actualizer pattern. Now, you'll meet the actualizer pattern shortly, but the two main characters, one was a classic Apollyon, one a classic actualizer. How many of you happened to see the movie Crimson Tide? I'd like to get an idea, if I could. Crimson Tide.
Yes.
Great movie, wasn't it?
Very good movie.
I'm sorry?
Very good movie.
Yes, it was. I still watch it a lot. I have it taped and still watch it with some frequency. For those of you who did, or those of you who did not, it's going to be a great example of a shades of gray example. The movie is all about the events that took place on the USS Alabama, a nuclear submarine, and the movie starred two of my favorite actors, Gene Hackman and Denzel Washington. Gene Hackman plays the role of the submarine commander, a classic Apollyon. Denzel Washington plays the role of his XO, a classic actualizer. Prior to the events, this is kind of interesting, prior to the events that took place on the submarine, the Navy chain of command had the authority to launch nuclear missiles. After these events, the authority to launch nuclear missiles by the Navy chain of command was rescinded and placed only in the hands of the president. Early in the movie, the Apollyon commander, Gene Hackman, and the XO actualizer, Denzel Washington, were having a philosophical conversation about using nuclear weapons. The Apollyon asked the actualizer XO, would you, if called on, and without a moment's hesitation, launch nuclear missiles? The actualizer responded, sir, I would not be here if I were not willing to do so. But I just do not understand why anyone would want to kill a couple of 100 million people with nuclear weapons. The Apollyon commander abruptly interrupted him and said, you listen to me. The Navy gives me a button. They tell me when to push it. I do not ask questions. You, on the other hand, want to know the why. The XO actualizer responded, sir, I would think anyone would want to know the why. No, the commander replied. The why only serves to complicate things. But when the XO answered, I don't understand why anyone would want to kill a couple of hundred million people, that was a shades of gray answer. And you heard the Apollyon's response. With Apollyon's, it's all about black or white, right or wrong, good or bad, and as we talked about, no shades of gray. Now, Sherry, are you? Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Yeah. I'm not going to, since we got off to a little late start by a few minutes. I'm not going to go through the list that you're going to send them, because if we can send it to them right away, they'll have it.
Okay.
So what? Before you do, I want to make one observation though. Understanding the Apollion's categoric black or white view of the world, and given their behavioral characteristics, the following suggestions, and I would usually go through them, but Sherry will send you a copy. We're going to provide you with some helpful ways to better communicate, work with, and manage the Apollyon style of behavior. So not only the black or white categoric thinking thing, but we're going to collectively look at all the behavioral characteristics of the Apollyon. And since we started with the question, how do you manage an Apollyon? How do you deal with them? We've got a whole list of things that we're going to send you, suggestions that will help us do that. So no need to take notes. We will forward it to you. Can we do that right now, Sherry?
Yes, I'll do it right now.
And by doing that, I will not go over them to the group. I usually kind of go through them in bullet fashion, and then we send it. But to save a little time with a little later start than we expected, we'll just send you the list right now and let you take a moment or two to review it. And Sherry, if you'll be kind enough to let me know when they have it.
I have sent it, so check your emails.
And there are 11 suggestions on how to manage an Apollyon, how to manage and deal with a Jeff Bezos and a Jack Welch and the other examples that I gave you. So let me just step back and let you review them for a moment to have some idea of those suggestions. Let's go back to the Apollyon for just a moment, and let's talk about just a couple of more characteristics or codes, if you will. Likes to make decisions solo. They rely on their own knowledge and experience, not yours or the team. Poor listener. Impatient. No room for small talk. And folks, their attitude is simply this: I am not interested in your weekend, and frankly, I could care less. Do you really think I want to talk about your vacation in Jamaica? You need to know that I did not even want to give you a vacation, so do not come back to this operating environment and waste a second week talking about it. Do you have children? If not, good. If so, too bad. Because until your weekend, your vacation, or your family contributes to my bottom line, I want you to keep that trivial stuff out of here. And then one more. Long-term planning skills are weak, but short-term bottom-line results are achieved if it kills you or them. One of the baddest Apollyons that I have ever met, and I have met my fair share, was an executive at Belk Stores, a guy named Vaughn Autry. The Belk organization had nearly 1,000 managers go through our leader development process, and as we prefer, Sherry and I, we started with the senior level team. The program was held in Southern Pines, North Carolina. Shortly before the program started, one of the Belk brothers approached us and said that everyone was present except Vaughn Autry. And due to recent surgery, he may not be attending the session. He mentioned that unfortunately, Vaughn had been in the hospital for heart bypass surgery. I later learned from other participants that it was his 5th heart bypass surgery, and the doctors were not optimistic that he could survive a 6th surgery due to the damage to his heart. He needed to slow down, they said. Vaughn arrived at the program just as we were about to start, and for whatever reason, this really bad Apollyon and I connected. Now, I do not know the reason for him connecting with me, but I thought I knew my reason for connecting with him. I found him to be an interesting study. It was like studying Hannibal Lecter, if you remember the movie Silence of the Lambs, and it's so rare to capture one alive. I just was totally fascinated by him. On the last night of the program, Vaughn and I were sharing a bottle of wine, and we were about to say goodnight. But I thought it important that I at least encourage him to follow the doctor's suggestions and to slow down, and that I had heard his heart would likely not make it through another surgery. And after I told him that, he stared at me for a moment, and he said, "Rick, you have been with me now for almost 3 days, and you obviously do not know me very well. My greatest honor and legacy would be to die in my own office at Belk. I'm not slowing down, buddy," he said. I wished him well and toasted the little wine that we had left, and I said, "Well, I guess it's time for bed then, Vaughn." He said, "No, I've got work to do. I'll probably be up half the night." Then he added, "By the way, I have made arrangements for you to be in Raleigh next week to work with my team. My plane will pick you up on Wednesday and return you on Friday. My assistant will be in touch." I said, "Vaughn, I can't do that. Unfortunately, I have another commitment next week." "Break it," he said. "I will see you next week, right?" I said, "Looking forward to it, Vaughn. If it kills you or it kills them, it's okay." The Belks retired Vaughn Autry early because they knew if they did not, they would have to take him out in a body bag. Now, there is one more that I will add that you'll benefit from on what we're going to do next. Let's give credit where credit is due. They, meaning Apollons, are very effective crisis managers. Very effective. The upside, no question, Apollons, as I said, are effective in a crisis. These are warriors, and to them a crisis is a war. They are in their element. They can and will quickly make the necessary hard decisions and tough calls, close plants and facilities, cut salaries, fire or lay off 10, 50, or 100 employees, then go home, eat dinner, and sleep comfortably. For them, it's just another day at the office. You see, they detach themselves from people. To them, people are simply things and are expendable. Most of us would have great difficulty with these types of decisions. We would agonize, not eat well, not sleep well. They, again, Apollons, will sleep like a baby. The downside that I want to leave you with, if you work for an Apollyon, you are in constant crisis mode. You move on a moment's notice from one project to another project to another, and you never finish one before there is another. You move from one idea to another, and everything is priority. You find yourself in a perpetual world of clutter and chasing rabbits and changing directions all the time. This adds up to having many bad days at the office. You work a punishing schedule. You are under constant pressure, but at the end of the day, you feel like I've accomplished nothing because everything is never good enough for the Apollyon. Now, with that in mind, having all the clues and knowing the characteristics, which again are the clues, we're going to set up a debate with you folks, and we're about to take a 10-minute break, but before we do that, we need for each of you to type in the chat box either a yes or no to the following question, a yes or no. Do we need, not do we want, but do we need Apollons in the workplace? Now, if you say yes, you will be saying yes to all of the Apollyon characteristics all the time, because an Apollyon is an Apollyon is an Apollyon. No qualifiers. This is a black or white response. And so, again, If you say yes, need for you to chat it in. If you say no, chat that in. And when we come back from break, you will be in your breakout rooms. All of the yeses will be in one breakout room, and all of the nos will be in another breakout room. In the breakout room, we need for you to do one thing in particular. We need for you to select 3 people to be the team spokespersons, and you'll have 10 minutes to come up with your arguments for or against the Apollyon, whether you need them or not. And then when we're back together, we're going to have a point-counterpoint debate. Sherry, do you have anything to add to that?
Okay. So tell me again, Jess or Kelly, how many? We had 6 that said yes, we absolutely need them. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. And then 14 and no.
And 14 that said no. So let's have a little debate, and then I'll add a note about that at the end. So let's go with the smaller group, the 6. We'll let you start. How about that?
Awesome. Thanks. This is Christina, and I guess I'll start off our group. We think these folks are, we call them necessary evils in the workplace. They do serve an important function, and while they may not have the strongest people skills and the strongest soft skills, they are the folks that, for lack of a better term, and pardon my French, they get shit done. They keep things moving. They are the bottom line folks who are really just trying to get down to the brass tacks of things, make an informed decision as efficiently and quickly as possible, and continue on resolutely charging forward. These are the folks that often either volunteer for additional responsibility, or because no one else volunteers, they are willing to step up and help when there's a leadership void. They will fill the gap. They are stopgaps. Also, we talked about how when there are difficult decisions that folks may not feel comfortable making. For example, in a family, when there's a power of attorney, healthcare power of attorney situation, and a person has a DNR, do not resuscitate. Often family members don't want to be put in a position of having to make that call. These are the folks that are willing to make the tough decisions. And I guess I'll stop there.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's go to the other side. Those who say, no, we do not need them.
I am not the spokesperson for our side, but I will start out by just saying that Christina, and I'm Dawn, by the way, but that Christina put it well when she said they get shit done. That's exactly what they get done. You know, it is, and that's why they're called the Prince of Darkness, and you know, the messenger of death. You know, when you have someone who's inflexible, there has to be times when you are flexible, and having someone at the helm that's not that doesn't have those flexibility traits, and then you know, you with the other characteristics and other personality types, there are so many you know, great personality types that include a little bit of that behavior, you know, that they can get progress done, they can get teamwork done, they can get all those things without, you know, really having to create shit, you know, to get something done.
Yeah, and if I can add to that too, I mean, the question was whether it's necessary for a business to function to have an Apollyon. And to me, necessary means just that. Like, it's necessary for me to survive. I have to have water, right? So what you laid out, the yeses is there's some potential valuable aspects of that characteristic, but I think you can have a business function without Apollons and still be able to make decisions, still care about the bottom line, still move things forward, still have people volunteer and step up without all the negative aspects of that personality type.
Okay, so fair enough. Let's go back to the other side. Do we have a counterpoint?
Well, to that, I would say that's all fine and well until you are in a moment of crisis. When you are in a crisis situation, I think an Apollyon is absolutely essential in your group dynamic.
Okay, and Christina, anybody else from your team want to add to
Yeah.
your comments?
Yeah, I wanted to add something to what Christina mentioned.
Okay.
So, yeah, maybe, not all businesses would require these traits. However, ones that need to push the envelope and that are critical, like Christina's mentioning, may need that drive and that determination. And another thing we mentioned is at the very top of the organization, as long as you can insulate that person, this Apollyon may be the right person to, set the overall goals. And if they are on the right track, their unwillingness to yield and push the organization further could be a benefit, but you do need to round out that team around them to soften the message to maybe the rest of the masses. So another thing you mentioned.
All right, what about other side? You want a counterpoint to that?
Yes, so someone else, does anybody else want to chime in? I think that you can insulate that person, but, not allowing I think statements. You might be getting bad information if you don't allow those I think statements, and you've got folks so, afraid of speaking when this person is around that they may be covering up the fact that they just don't know the answer. Sometimes in business, it's not that you have to always win. And, sometimes it is that you don't have that Apollyon there that's driving you, but you win by learning through trial and error. You win by, other aspects. And so you don't necessarily need that type of characteristic, that type of person leading an organization to get to that winner circle.
All right, anybody else from the side want to?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys, come on, step up. Don't make me call you by name.
What you were just saying, Don, reminded me of I was reading a book on decision making, organizational decision making a while back, and it was saying how there's a correlation between how often a company's CEO has appeared on the cover of magazines or has been featured in the press, and how likely they are how likely the company's M&A decisions are to turn out worse than they expected. So there's sort of a correlation between where somebody has a big ego and maybe their willingness to, ignore other information that might turn them off of a path. And I think with the Apollyon characteristic, you get that a lot where somebody is very focused and doesn't want to hear anything to the contrary. And ultimately, sometimes maybe in a crisis that could be good, but then they're not taking on other information. It leads to bad decision making. So over the longer term, I don't think it's a good characteristic.
I would agree with that, Sydney. I'm in the group that said no, but as we're thinking about it, there may be different industries may have a need for different folks. So whether it's the military or maybe a delivery company that needs to get things there on time every time, an Apollyon may be able to survive and prosper in the long term. So I don't know. This may be segmented into different groups, but we use the example of GE being led by Jack Welch, and that company now is a fraction of what it used to be. And there are probably some other examples of failures where egomaniacs were at the top. So anyways, it's maybe the answer is nuanced, and maybe that's coming from the guy who voted no.
Yeah, thinking about it, since I was in the service, and I always felt like these type of people were usually in the position of the XO. They weren't usually the colonel. They were usually the major right under him or in that sort of position, because
when you see that in politics, the president usually has a chief of staff who's the hatchet man. And even in corporate America, sometimes the CEO, he's a visionary and he's the good face, but kind of like an XO, you've got a CFO, or excuse me, a COO that is the hatchet person, I should say. Excuse me for.
All right, anybody else want to have a counterpoint to any of that? Another comment anybody would like to add?
yeah, I'd just like to clarify. So I almost feel like for a second we were arguing in favor of these people, but I think I agree. Sometimes you need a hatchet man, but they don't have to actually be sort of the Apollyon characteristic to play that role. So I think seeing the world that way is bad. Being able to put on that persona at certain times is a good skill that leaders should have. I mean, sometimes as a leader, you sometimes you have to fire people or tell people bad news. And so it's a good ability to take on that role. I don't think it's a good innate personality trait for leaders to have, though.
And I guess I'll make a counterpoint to that, saying, by us advocating that these folks are necessary, we are certainly not saying that all folks in an organization should be an Apollyon. In fact, we think that would not be ideal. But we are saying that it is a necessary personality style and leadership type to be included as part of the organizational lifeblood. And I'm sure the rest of the personality types are all going to add value in their own ways as well. So yes, we agree that there are some issues and some areas for improvement with this leadership style, but that doesn't change the fact that they still can add value even despite their flaws.
All right. I'll give anybody who hasn't had a chance to talk yet. If anybody wants to add a comment here, please do. All right.
Yeah, I've had a chance to talk, but I just wanted to end with one thing. I'm sorry, I just wanted to say, because it was so classic the way, I can't remember whether it was Jim or Sydney that said this is, people don't quit jobs, they quit bosses. Who on my team was the one that said that?
That's one of my sayings, or somebody else said it first, but I say it a lot.
Okay. Well, Sydney, I thought that was kind of apropos.
Okay, so, a couple of points that I want to make here. One is, and then I'll end with my final point, but one is we had 6 people that said, yes, we absolutely need them in the workplace, 14 that said no. And while you guys were in your breakout rooms, Kelly and David and I were kind of chit-chatting about this because, again, we've been doing this for, this is our 12th year now with E4. And usually those numbers are reversed. Most people say, yes, we absolutely need them. And we end up with 6 or less sometimes. We've been down to 2 or 3 before saying, yes, we absolutely need them. So why, I'm throwing this question to you, why do you think all of a sudden there's this shift in people thinking we need this tough boss in the workplace and people thinking we absolutely do not? Because remember, our question to you said, not do you need them some of the time, do you need them all the time, yes or no? And that number has flip-flopped from last year and previous years. Why do you think that is?
Yeah, I was going to say what Marcus just wrote, the current state of the nation, and that we're very much just adversarial in this country now. So I think people have seen what impact that's had, and that's not the best way to go about it.
Yeah, Kirk, you just absolutely hit the nail on the head. And one of the things a few years ago 2008, when the economy tanked, Fortune magazine had on their front page our tough bosses back, because what had happened back in the Jack Welch era, we had all these tough Apollyon bosses, and then because of HR and other reasons, you know, they kind of came in and cleaned it up, and we started with this little bit softer, gentler, if you will, style. Well, then when the economy tanked back in 2008, the tough bosses came back in to turn these companies around. So we started seeing a lot more of those. So that's why Fortune did that entire, you know, front cover and article on it. And now, as Kirk said, with what's going on in our nation, we've had a very quick, apparently, swing back the other way, away from the tough bosses.
And not to be the like bias in the sampling data science person, but the votes were not simultaneously cast. They did go in, you know, they went one after another. And so I do think that might have had a little bit of an influence on subsequent votes. As people saw more and more no's come in, I think that it just sort of started getting to a critical mass.
Well, you know, Christina, maybe. And remember that point, because we're going to circle back to that toward the end of the day. All right?
Sherry, can I say something?
You certainly may.
So, I mean, of course, I cheated and I heard some of the political discussions when I jumped in, but I don't.
We didn't let him go in a group. He heard all of our.
I heard all the secrets. I don't know if it's politics in the state of our nation. I actually think it's because, in my opinion, my humble opinion, corporations are the ones that lead the nation. Politicians just pretend they do. And I think it's actually a reflection of Silicon Valley and the current state of the job market and the way companies are going, because, you know, when we've come to a crisis where many markets have completely shifted due to disruptors. I mean, the energy market is going through a huge piece right now, and a lot of leadership are saying, okay, well, we need to retain top talents, but we also need to change. So who's the best companies that do that? And, you know, usually the names that come to mind are Apple, Amazon, Google, and you kind of look at the way those companies are led, and it's all about people. And it's all about how getting people to stay there, getting people to love their job, you know, just absorbing them in the culture. And a lot of companies have kind of adapted that, at least at my company. That's almost some of what we're doing. There's a really big transformation piece about how we can get people to enjoy their jobs, change the culture, you know, really bring ideas to the table. And I think that's why people don't want to, I'll just be blunt, an asshole coming in and just disrupting. I mean, everyone need a bulldog in their corner. I kind of believe that, but I think people's mindsets are just changing because they look at what's being done in Silicon Valley and the different market disruptors, and that's why organizations are changing, not just because of politics. So
Yeah, I think
anyways,
similarly to that, if I could jump in.
You can.
I think that work is not as contained as it used to be, at least for most professionals. And so, you know, I can think when I got my first job at a utility many years ago, I had a boss who was really an Apollyon style leader. He would yell, I'd see him be in negotiations on his cell phone where he would get frustrated and just throw it, you know, and you'd hear the other person talking and he would just cut him off like that. But it wasn't great, but it was sort of okay because at the end of the day, you go home. But now there's much less, especially post-pandemic, there's very little divide between the workplace and non-workplace. And so that kind of leader is not as contained and sort of, you know, categorized in your life. You can't sort of cabin him off when you leave. And so, so I think that's one reason people are shifting away from that, you know, if your boss is, you know, a yeller or demands things immediately or doesn't care about your personal life. It's one thing if you know you have to be in the office from 9 to 5 every day, and that's how it is. It's another thing if they're calling you at 8 p.m. with that sort of attitude.
Yeah, you know, all fair points, all fair points. So let me kind of bring this home for you. Rick and I have, again, we've been doing this 12 years, asking the same question. And we hear all the arguments, and Rick and I can argue either side. We can get up and say, yes, You absolutely need Apollons for all the reasons you just mentioned. Somebody's got to step up and take care of business, especially in a crisis. We've got to turn things around. We've got to be decisive. Yes, we absolutely need them. And I can stand up and say, no, we absolutely do not. I can argue that side for many of the reasons you said. We do not need them. They wreak havoc. They pull morale down, and on and on. But here's the reality, folks. It doesn't matter. They exist. They are out there in the workplace. And many of you said you have worked for this type of manager. You may have this type of colleague that you're working with, but they exist. And so we've got to be able to quickly identify them, and we've got to be able to know how to work with them or manage them, as the case may be. Fair enough? Okay.
Can I ask a real quick question?
You can.
Have you seen anything from a generational standpoint where, if you're comparing like baby boomers, Gen X, millennials, et cetera, that you have a higher concentration of Apollons in one group or another? And I ask that because honestly, I came from a culture where it really was an Apollyon culture, not just one person, but that's sort of how we operated. And then when we were looking to attract younger people into the organization, it was really obvious to us that their mindset was very different than what we had structured. And in order to attract them, we had to think about how to approach it differently. So our thought was like, just generationally, it's a little bit different. Have you seen that at all?
Well, that's a great question, and I can answer that in a couple of ways. One is, if you remembered from our last session when we talked about your manager's leadership style being such a huge influence in your own, right? We begin to emulate them. So oftentimes, younger people will get in the workforce, and that's what they see. They work directly for a manager that is an Apollyon. And so they think that's how you're supposed to be when you manage. You're supposed to bark orders at people and get loud. And so not so much have we seen it generationally, as you say. We see it more in certain industries and perhaps even certain positions at times. And Rick, if you're on and want to add any comments to this, please do.
The only thing I would add is I think the generations, the new generation, if you will, it clearly is a influence, one of the influences for certain. But I also think we go through cycles, and I think, Sherry, you were alluding to that earlier, cycles that where it rotates. We've seen this the not the next pattern synergist, but the actualizer pattern rotate to the top and remain on top because of the economy, the competition, and so many things and so many dynamics that affect, how we're continuing to go forward as a company. So I think there are a lot of different dynamics involved, but certainly the new generation always has an influence too.
Yeah, and I keep going back to those 5 factors that influence how we behave in the workplace, right? Because all the years we've been doing this, like Rick said, we've seen certain ones more predominant at different times, but they all have always been there. And those factors play into it. The personality of the individual, the situation, the operating environment, the manager style, all those things play into it. But the operating environment as a whole sometimes will change, right? The situation will change that will cause some of those shifts. And that's what we've been seeing lately. For whatever reason, the situation around us, our operating environments have shifted. It's shifted perhaps to a bit of a softer, I don't know if that's the right word, gentler, kinder.
Jerry, one thing that was brought up, and I hate for stealing this, one our team mentioned, social media is a new world now. Mm-hmm. And so now, whether it's young or old or whatever, the communication, exposing and sharing information, I think is having a big impact. Nobody wants to go and work for a Polyon.
Yeah, and if I may add on to that, I was going to say you're going to also meet the strategists like you're going to meet all the patterns. And Silicon Valley introduced the strategist some years ago, and the strategist rose to the top. And you're going to hear the reasons why when we get to the patterns. So social media, part of Silicon Valley. Silicon Valley and Stephen Jobs, who I think was the original, if I'm not mistaken. But once Stephen Jobs began to move Apple into the forefront and technology began to absolutely take off, the strategists, in a moment, you're going to see why they cycled to the top as well, too. So as Sherry's saying, those cycles just, they vary and they change based on the circumstances, the economy, the competitive situation, so many things. Great,
Right.
guys, I'll tell you, Sherry, I got to give these folks credit. This is probably the most active and involved and interested group we've had. We've had a lot of great groups. All of our groups seem to really participate and interact. But you guys are just, you guys have talking about cycling to the top. You're cycling to the top.
Yeah, this was a, one of the best discussions and debates around this that we've had probably. So to your credit. All right, so many of you said, no, we do not need them in the workplace. Perhaps there are other patterns that might be better. So let's look at the one at the opposite end before you get too excited, the synergist, the angel of mercy. Now, this pattern is more people-focused, sometimes at the expense of completing the task in a timely manner. They facilitate rather than lead. In other words, synergists will facilitate discussion, and they enjoy all that interaction and discussion, but they will not step up and make that final call. They prefer consensus. So they're not decisive, they prefer consensus. Now, there is also a difference between consensus and collaboration. Collaboration, everybody gives their thoughts and ideas and input, but leader will still step up and make that call. With a synergist, with consensus decisions, everybody has to agree on a subject, and it is very difficult, if not impossible, to get everybody to agree on a subject. So synergists will go with majority rule if they absolutely must make a decision, but prefer consensus. And that's because they're easygoing, they're likable, social, they're viewed as good team players. Everybody wants them on their team because they're the peacekeepers, they're very harmonious. Which also means they prefer to avoid conflict, if at all possible. And many of us do that too, because conflict is simply uncomfortable, right? So synergists will go along to get along, either because they're too nice or don't want to hurt feelings, so they procrastinate. They don't want to rock the boat or make waves. At least the perception is that they are procrastinating, handling a situation. So Rick and I were trying to think about examples of synergists who were great leaders, and all of our examples were great humanitarians who changed the world. You have Mother Teresa, the Gandhis of the world, Nelson Mandela, Martin Luther King. However, none of them were business leaders. They were individuals who had what we refer to as a great inner strength. So let me give you an example. 1989, Tiananmen Square. People were protesting peacefully in the streets in China because they wanted humanitarian rights. The government called in the military and said, stop that unrest at any cost. And the next thing we see, and this was viewed via satellite for the whole world to see, we saw 4 Army tanks coming straight down that street. And the crowd parted, as would I. And then all of a sudden, one young man came out from the crowd, and he walked directly in front of that lead tank, and he stood right in front of it. And when the tank tried to go around him to the right, he moved over to the right. And when the tank tried to go around him to the left, he moved to the left. And finally, that tank commander must have had a conscience, because he stopped at what looked like about that far from that young man's nose. And I have a picture here. This is the picture that was viewed via satellite for the whole world to see. And that young man is now in America. And I understand that the tank commander was actually executed for disobeying an order. So folks, you never want to underestimate the power of that inner strength, especially one that can stop a tank. An inner strength versus an outward strength. So they will take a stand. It's just more of a symbolic stand based on conviction and inner strength. However, to others, this symbolic stand can sometimes appear what? What would you think?
Weak, perhaps.
Yes, I knew somebody was thinking that. It can appear weak to others as a weakness. So they're often viewed as a weak manager. Former President Jimmy Carter was a synergist leader. Walter Cronkite, who used to host the fireside chats with the president, said, of all the presidents I have had the honor of having fireside chats with, by far and away, if I had to come down on sheer intelligence, I'd have to pick Jimmy Carter. But if you had to go on the gutsy, hard calls, he could not make those tough calls. The last glimpse we have of Jimmy Carter in the White House, 52 U.S. citizens were taken hostage in Iran by mostly college students supporting the Iranian revolution. And they were taken hostage for, I think it was 444 days. And Jimmy Carter said, and again, this was his peaceful way of taking a stand, a symbolic stand. He said, until those hostages are released, I am going to go into the White House and I will not come out. Wouldn't even put up a Christmas tree that year. Well, over in Iran, they were jumping up and down because they said, wow, not only do we have 52 of their people held hostage, we even have their own president held hostage in the White House. Again, making us appear weak. He did one other symbolic stand. He pulled us out for the first time ever out of the Olympics in Russia when Russia invaded Afghanistan. That was his symbolic support for Afghanistan. So while he was locked up in the White House and he was making this peaceful stand or this peaceful effort, our military was over in the desert just in case he decided to make that tough call. And they were practicing maneuvers, but they were in a different part of the world, a different desert, and the helicopter blades were sucking up all that sand and they were falling out of the sky. Our helicopters were falling out of the sky. We looked like a bunch of Keystone cops, again, making us look weak to the rest of the world. So even Carter's own advisors said to Iran, you need to negotiate with this peacekeeper because Ronald Reagan is about to ride his coattails into the White House and he is going to take action. He is going to take that stand. And so on the very moment he was being sworn in as president of the United States, he got the word that the hostages were being released. So Walter Cronkite went on and said of Carter's presidency, perhaps a failed presidency, but the best past president we've ever had. Because when we'd see him ever since he left the White House, what would we see him doing?
He's always working. He's building habitat homes. He's being that, that peacekeeper.
Exactly right. Humanitarian issues, Habitat for Humanity. They would even bring him back in for peaceful negotiations with other countries. That was his element. He was in his element. So Rick and I continued to peruse the internet to find you another example of a business synergist leader, one who perhaps was not president of the United States. And we came to the conclusion that it's easy to find synergist humanitarians, but it is rare to find a synergist who is a great business leader. That's why they're not written about in all these articles. We did finally stumble on a blog by Pastor Ron Edmondson, who was a church consultant on leadership issues, and he captured the essence of this synergist operating style. And he said, Sue is an incredibly kind and gentle person. She's smart, hardworking, and loyal. In talking through a specific situation, it quickly became obvious she had one weakness, and it was affecting her entire team. It's a common weakness among leaders. At times, most of us will struggle in this area. Her weakness? She was being too nice. Now, I realize that this doesn't sound like it could ever be a weakness. It has made her well liked in the organization. She's incredibly popular and she likes that. But it also made her team less successful than it could have been. Pastor Ron continued, perhaps you've seen this before in an organization. Maybe you've been on either side of this issue. I'm not suggesting one become a mean leader. That would be wrong. I am suggesting one become a wise leader. Wisdom guides people in the direction that is best for them, the leader, and the entire team or organization. So are you allowing problems to continue out of fear of not being liked? There's nothing wrong with being a relational or a synergist leader. It can be a great style. But part of developing any healthy relationship involves conflict, tough conversations, and difficult decisions. So this is perhaps the gotta know of the gotta know for the synergist, and that is that they are sometimes generous to a fault. They will tolerate or overcompensate on the people side, just like Sue did. They will listen even when they need to be focusing on work or the task at hand. They overlook performance issues simply because they like an individual. So they will put people over completing the task in a timely manner. So if tough calls need to be made, they defer, delay, and procrastinate because they can't make decisions that could potentially hurt people. And most of the time, tough calls involve people. They might involve letting somebody go or a tough conversation that could cause tension or hurt feelings and so forth. Organizations will typically overlook or only give minor attention to this lack of timeliness and accomplishment from a synergist because synergists tend to fly under the radar in a quiet, polite, encouraging fashion rather than loud and noisy, creating a visible problem. It's a peaceful disruption, but it can be frustrating to those who work for them. This pattern can be summed up by Gandhi when he gave a speech in which he said, things that will destroy us politics without principle, pleasure without conscience, wealth without work, knowledge without character, business without morality, science without humanity, and worship without sacrifice. A reporter went up to Gandhi after and said that he seemed a bit passive during his presentation, to which Gandhi responded, "Passive? I've never been passive a day in my life. I simply want to change their minds, not kill them for weaknesses we all possess." Now contrast that view of the world with the Apollyon's view of the world, who would rather kill them all for weaknesses through sarcasm, blaming, or even firing them all. I've simply heard it put this way before about both of these two patterns. Some people light up a room when they walk in it, and others when they walk out, and we all know who they are. You see, the key to success is to combine the two dynamics appropriately and bring both management or a task focus to the table, but without the meanness of the Apollyon, along with consideration for others without overcompensating on the people side at the expense of results, like a synergist. And the pattern that can do that the best, bring both sides of the equation to the table, is the actualizer. And so I'll let Rick pick up with this actualizer pattern.
Yes, thank you. And Sherry, I guess we'll, after this, we'll either show the clips or have lunch, depending on the timing. Am I correct?
Yeah, I think we might have time for the clips. Let's see where we end up. Okay, good.
All right. Are you ready for the one that captures the balance? And that's the actualizer. And we promised definitions. So for those of you who want to have a definition of actualizer, you can write this down. These are usually very, very short. Fulfilling your potential and being the best you can be. So actualizer is defined as fulfilling your potential and being the best you can be. Give you a moment there if you did write it down. As Sherry just said, the actualizer balances the scale with both a management or task focus and a leadership or people focus. They are very effective at reading the situation and moving to alternative patterns to achieve results. One of their leadership qualities that I particularly like is actualizers apply a what makes sense or common approach to managing and leading others through those ever-changing situations that we all have to confront. In other words, they are more comfortable in the actualizer pattern as you're reading it, but they have a tendency to rent the other patterns based on the situation. And so they also realize that flexibility, and this is the common sense thing coming in, or the what makes sense quality coming in, they also realize that flexibility and using good judgment is necessary. And that may mean at times making adjustments or applying their own interpretation to the non-sacred rules and regulations. So they definitely respect the rules, but at times they also understand the situation may require them to translate them and to the benefit of what they're trying to accomplish. Not the sacred rules, but the non-sacred. Some examples of individuals that gravitate toward this pattern, and again, I think you'll recognize them all. Sam Walton, Mr. Sam, Walmart, one of the most successful companies in the world. According to the Wall Street Journal, prior to his death, Walmart was the most successful company in the world. So Sam Walton is in that list. Herb Kelleher. Does anyone know much about Kelleher and what company would you identify him with? Anyone? Herb Kelleher.
Southwest Airlines.
Definitely. Thank you. Herb Kelleher, Southwest Airlines. Now listen to this accomplishment. They've been around. Herb Kelleher founded, if you will, Southwest Airlines 48 years ago, and they have never had an unprofitable year. 48 profitable or winning seasons in a row. Never experienced an unprofitable year, as I said. Unprecedented in the airline industry. And then a third one we will add is Truett Cathy. That's my other phone ringing. Sorry, everybody, but I had to have a second phone in case my battery ran out on this phone. So bear with the noise if you hear that phone ringing in the background. Truett Cathy, of course. What did he find? What was his founding company?
Chick-fil-A.
Chick-fil-A.
And we'll talk about him in a moment. We're going to use him as an example in a few moments, so I will not talk about some of his accomplishments until we get to that point in a few minutes. But what I'd like to do with you guys, and again, you're so active and energized, and Sherry and I both appreciate that so much. So you're going to have another opportunity to engage, if you will. I would like to go through a quick exercise with you, and that will provide examples that will really talk about the actualizer and how they capture that fragile balance between the strength of management and the quality of leadership. So this exercise will allow you to kind of pitch in and weigh in on which one of these characteristics that I'm going to share with you is management, which one is leadership. So we're going to go there next. However, first I'm going to ask a favor of you. One of the characteristics that I need to add to your list from the handout that Sherry sent you, at the top of the list, the descriptive words column, I want you to add at the top of the page this quality and this code, if you will. This two words, actually. Will you add achiever, performance driven? So at the top of the descriptive words column, if you'll add achiever, performance driven. All right. Now, as we review this list of characteristics, tell me whether you think they pivot toward management or leadership. And let's start with the exercise with the added characteristic that I just gave you. So, number one, achiever, performance driven, management or leadership. If you want to chat that in. Achiever, performance driven, is that a management quality or a leadership quality? Anybody want to weigh in verbally and also chat? Any guesses? Anybody?
I've got a couple in the chat box that say leadership, management.
I'm sorry. Was that you, Kelly?
Yes, there's some answers in the chat box that say management and leadership.
Yeah. In other words, when you think of the term achiever, performance driven, is that primarily a management or is it primarily a leadership quality? If I answered your question correctly.
Management.
You've got two that say leadership and three that say management so far, so they're kind of split. Another management, so 4 toward management.
Okay. I'm going to have to go with the management group. That performance thing, results, accomplishment. I would say it pivots toward management if you want to make that note. All right, number 2, team builder. Unifies team around a common purpose. Management or leadership? See how many we get for one or the other. What does the chat box look like?
Leadership. They're all leadership.
Oh, yeah, leadership is absolutely spot on. Leadership. Number 3. I know you're going to get this one. Very task and goal-oriented. What's the score?
So far, all management.
All management is correct. All right, number 4, competitive.
I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 leadership, or 4 leadership rather. And another leadership coming through. There's a management leadership.
All right. So what's the score, Sherry? Close enough with where they are. What would you call the score to be at this point?
Probably 6-1, 7-1, something like that.
For leadership?
Yes.
All right. And it's 6-1 or 7-1. Well, I'm going to give a yes to both sides of that, and I need to explain this. This is an interesting one, so I'm going to say yes to leadership and yes to management, and let me explain. If the actualizer is thinking of the competition outside the organization, the opposition outside the company, it is a management quality. So if they're competing with the competition outside the company, they are very competitive because they want to win. They want their company to win over the opposition. However, if you're looking internally within the organization, within their own company, actualizers compete with themselves inside their own company, not others. They are not in this game to compete against you and me. They're playing this game to raise their own bar performance and standards and compete against themselves. They could outperform, outachieve, outaccomplish every one of us in this meeting today. But that's not why they're playing the game. They want to win by setting their bar higher and hitting their bar. So that, to me, is a leadership quality. So any questions about that one? Outside the company against the opposition, they're going to fight for their own company and oppose the other team and win. Inside the company, they don't compete against others, themselves, as I just described. Number 5, likes independence and encourages it in others, management or leadership.
Hey, Rick.
Yes.
Can we go back a step? Sorry, I was muted and I was trying to say something, but I don't understand how competing externally is not a leadership quality. I would, a lot of times I compare it to sports, and I would say that a leader on a sports team is always trying to beat the opposition. I guess I don't understand how that's a management quality as opposed to a leadership quality.
Well, again, there is some in all of these qualities that the actualizer brings to the table. It's not void of leadership by any means. But if they're competing against the companies outside their own company, they're fighters. They're going to fight to win that contest between their own company and another company. Even if, as I mentioned earlier, when you talk about some of these companies that we just mentioned, Southwest Airlines, for example, Herb Kelleher declared war on the competition. And so I think it pivots, and that's why, good question, by the way, but I think that's why it pivots. You can have a combination of leadership and management included in all of these qualities, but if I had to choose a pivot again, and in this case, if it's outside, it's more of declaration of war, like Herb Kelleher did. It's a fighting to win. Inside, though, again, it really pivots toward leadership because they're not in this game to compete against you and me, but against their own bar of performance. So I don't know if that explains it clearly, but I hope it does give a little bit more information. Response from you, sir.
It does slightly. I mean, what I got out of your response was that the waters are kind of muddy, so it's kind of hard to tell the difference sometimes anyways. I'm not exactly sure if I necessarily agree with what you're saying, but I think that it adds some clarity, if that makes sense.
Yeah. And Stephen, it's really more that when Rick says internally, externally, I think he's meaning internally with that person that has set the bar higher for themselves, that internal competing with self is more of a leadership piece than if you're externally competing with the competitors.
Yeah, I think I just need to give it some more thought. I think I need to give it some more thought before I fully digest it, but we can move on. So.
Yeah, no, well, thank you. No, please, please, we really want and encourage your point of view on these things. And if we can make each other think, then that's quite an accomplishment, because if we can stimulate thought, I think that's very, very key. So I welcome that.
I mean, since you offered, can I say one more thing then?
Yes.
Yeah,
certainly.
I mean, at this point in time, I feel strongly that competing externally is a leadership characteristic. I don't agree that, and I'm not trying to be confrontational, but I'm not trying to be a synergist either. So I don't agree that competing externally is a management quality. I think it's a leadership quality.
And Stephen, just so you know, Rick is coaching you, by the way.
That's fine. So I just think that when I think of a manager, I don't think of them trying to crush the competition. I see that as a leadership characteristic. And I said sports teams, but even internally, if my manager came to me and said, we are going to crush our competition, I wouldn't say, wow, what a great manager. I would say, what a great leader. That maybe that's just my personality. I don't know. But anyways, I'll get off that.
Yeah, no, I see where you're coming from, and I don't disagree. I think that's the inspiration side of them, right?
Mm-hmm.
That gets other people on board, but the actual competing part is setting tasks to do that, right?
Okay.
And I think that's how I kind of took it. And I don't know, Rick, you might give that a different spin, but.
Well, it could be semantics too, because I always like to use a sports analogy, but if you're playing basketball or football, the team is the opposition, and you're going to fight it. It's going to be hard. It's going to be tough. It's going to be physical, not just mental, but physical. That kind of pivots toward a management. But at the same time, and I'm going to bring that internally now to the team, they do not try to outperform, well, some do because of their ego, but the coaches will always remind, we're not going to compete against our own team. We're not going to compete against our own players. We're a team-oriented sport when it comes to one another. So one person is not going to get all the glory. We need to make sure that everybody on the team is helping the other person on the team. And I think that's an analogy that might add a little bit of clarity, but it's semantics.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I'm going to use a word that's food related too, and I may get the word wrong. So, but the word fusion. When I see when you go see advertise how some restaurants create a fusion, it's a mixture of food. Is that correct? Pretty close. Have you guys heard that word fusion, where you kind of combine several things? Mm-hmm. And create sort of a delightful dish of food. But I think that's when you look at these when leadership and management, and which way does it pivot, there's a fusion between management and leadership, as you indicated earlier. And so really, leadership and management's combined in these things. I just look for today for which way do we pivot a little bit more toward management or more toward leadership. But you can't differentiate between them. They're both one and the same.
Okay. Yeah, I think that brings some clarity. We can talk on our one-on-one too, a little bit.
But listen, great question. Thank you. I think I left off. It likes independence and encourages it in others. Management quality or leadership quality? Let's see what the score is, Sherry, when you get that score.
Well, I think you had thrown that out, and I had 2 leaderships come in on that. I see another leadership just came in.
Leadership is where it pivots. Again, not to the exclusion, as we were just talking about the competition thing, not to the exclusion, but it pivots toward leadership. You know, the actualizers, the way they create independence within the company with their team, they give individuals and the team the flexibility and authority to proactively make decisions, take risks, and be creative. And that's how we develop people, and make our team, the individuals and the team more successful by giving them the independence again and the flexibility to make decisions, take risk, and be creative. Number 6, actively communicates with team, engages, and informs on a timely basis.
I have 2 management that just came in. Another management. Another management. 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 They're all management.
All management? Yeah. Oh my goodness. Well, I'm going to say my and again, I'm not taking the credit or saying that one is right, one of your votes is right over another vote. My vote certainly isn't right over anyone's vote either. I would pivot that one toward leadership, because it's all about communication, engaging, reaching out and connecting with one another, and just, you know, making sure that everybody's in the loop. So I would probably, you know, pivot that one a little bit more toward leadership than management, because that pulls the team together and unifies the team, that we're visible and we're engaging and interacting with them and connecting with them. So, but again, I don't place my vote over anybody else's or any of your votes over each other's, but that would be my viewpoint.
That's because you and Stephen got them all confused with that last debate.
Yeah, sorry about that. It's my fault.
Yeah, your coaching just went up $100.
Oh, dang it. Okay, checks in the mail.
All right, now what about this one? This is the last one. Strategically plans with team to anticipate and prepare for both the expected and the unexpected. Strategically plans with team to anticipate and prepare for both the expected and the unexpected.
Everybody's thinking about this one.
And plans might be the operative word.
I have a management, a leadership. I have both management, leaderships. So people all over the board. Management, leadership.
Which way? What's the final score?
I think it's split. It's pretty split.
I was going to split it too. So the split is correct. Again, both of those are I think a good, healthy measure of both leadership and management. So I would split that one as well. I think, and that concludes the exercise. Thank you for your input and your thoughts. I think it is fair to say that the actualizer has many purposes, but perhaps to them, their greatest purpose is to prepare, develop, and mentor those that they are assigned to lead, so that those they are assigned to lead are ready and able to assume future leadership roles and responsibility. And demonstrating these above traits that we just talked about is part of the actualizer's blueprint to prepare, develop, and mentor those they are assigned to lead, so they can take over those future leadership roles and responsibilities. So by demonstrating the things that we just talked about in those 7 qualities is part of their blueprint to accomplish that. Now, the gotta know, here's the gotta know of the actualizers. Actualizers measure success differently, perhaps, I'm going to say likely, more than any other pattern. They measure success differently. The bottom line, yes, That is one of their measures of success, and they share that with a number of the patterns. Bottom line is something that's essential. And so certainly they measure success with the bottom line. They are performance-driven and understand that we must make our numbers to stay visible and competitive. But they also measure success, and this is what separates them, if you will, from the crowd. They also measure success by an inner code of conduct. An inner code of conduct, a conduct based on a set of personal values, principles, standards, beliefs, and ethical behavior. That's a equal to bottom line measure of success for them. It is an uncompromising line in the sand, and it applies to management, their own boss, vendors, the team, and individuals. The position they will take with their team and applying this code of conduct is simply this: we will hit our numbers, team, but in the process we will not compromise our standards or our values. With their manager, I will follow your lead and honor your request. However, I will not commit an unethical act. Line in the sand. Actualizers choose their battles carefully, but to them, this code of conduct is an uncompromising measure of success. And so, questions or thoughts so far? All right. I promised that I would come back to Truett Cathy, founder Chick-fil-A, who passed away within the last couple of years, was a good example of practicing this kind of belief system. Closed on Sunday, one of the most profitable days of the week, along with Saturday. Either day, Saturday or Sunday, outperforms Monday through Friday. And Truett Cathy gave Sunday to the competitors. He placed his values above profit. His family and company continues to honor his beliefs and remains closed on Sunday today, and probably will forever. One last observation for those of you who believe. You've looked at this pattern, and I'm sure some of you not only have recognized these patterns in other people, but some of you might begin or are beginning to think, I kind of think of myself as an actualizer, and you'll know when you get your results back. But for those of you who believe you are kind of leaning toward the actualizer pattern, you have a great quality when it comes to celebrating others' success. You're first to celebrate success with your team, with your colleagues. However, you have a tendency to overlook your own success. Actualizers are not perfectionists, but they have perfectionistic overtones, which leads them to never quite being satisfied with their own performance. So they, like you, will continue to raise their bar of performance, and when they miss it, even though there is more than enough recognizable success, there is self-imposed disappointment with little or no reward for themselves. So to all you actualizers, or those who find out they are actualizers when you do get your results, to all of you out there, take time to celebrate you. That's one thing an actualizer has a tough time doing, celebrating themselves. So take time to celebrate it. You've earned it. I would like to end the actualizer with a story that I believe captures the best of the actualizer. During the Iraq conflict, Ron Urban, U-R-B-A-N, a lieutenant colonel in the Marine Corps Reserves, called a special Sunday meeting with his staff. At the meeting, he advised them that he had been called to active duty and would be leaving the next morning and report as ordered. Rather than have them learn of the event through the channels, he decided to call the special meeting. He also advised them that his decision to hold this special meeting was outside the Marine Corps protocol, which is to tell only immediate family members, spouse and children, and his immediate supervisor at his place of work. But he felt it important to meet face-to-face with his staff. He said to them, my reason for calling the meeting: as a Marine, and as I contemplate the mission before me, I can only hope that I have trained well and have been a good Marine. If the ultimate sacrifice is required, I pray that I at least get to pick the hill worth my sacrifice. During my absence, I know you will face issues that will at first be overwhelming and seemingly beyond your ability. Your initial reaction might be to take it on, charge the hill. However, if you take the time to consider and reflect, individually or collectively as a team, you will probably realize that the situation is not worth the perceived risk. Ask yourself, is it worth my career, my personal core values, my family, or my friendships? If the answer is no, then start looking for alternate solutions and live to fight another day. If the answer is an unqualified yes, then make your preparations, plan your strategy, and charge that damn hill and take it. Rob Urban's message to his staff, to me, was so powerful. It was all-inclusive. Team, coaching, values, courage, inspiration, strength, leadership. Enough said. P.S., just to give you a closure on that, Ron returned safely to his family, his place of work, and to his team. Siri, it's about time to decide whether we go with the clips or we go to lunch. I think it looks like we could probably go with the clips.
Yeah, let's go ahead and show them the clips.
I'm
yeah, I
sorry.
was gonna say, you want to set that up a little bit. Now, the first one is the difference in motivation. But do you want to say anything about the clips before I show the first one?
Well, yes, I'm going to give just a little bit, and the first one is about motivation.
Yeah.
And so that one I don't need to set up so much. I think it is pretty will take care of itself when they see the clips. But when we get to the strength on strength, I would like to set that one up.
Okay. All right. So let's go ahead and show you the first clip. Again, this is from clips from Crimson Tide. This is an Apollyon and an actualizer, and it's the difference in how the two motivate. So let me know if you can't hear this.
Feels like the whole crew needs a kick in the ass.
Or a pat on the back, sir. I just witnessed a fight down in crew's mess. No big deal, but I think the men are a little on edge with all we're going through. Morale seems to be a bit low.
Well, you seem to have the pulse of the men.
Thank you, sir.
May I have your attention, please? Mr. Hunter has brought it to my attention that morale may be a bit low. That you may be a bit
On edge.
on edge. So I suggest this. Any crew member who feels he can't handle the situation can leave the ship right now. Gentlemen, we're at DEFCON 3. War is imminent. This is the captain. That is all.
Very inspiring, sir.
Come on, come on.
That cracks me up even after seeing it 1,000 times. All right. Rick, you want to set up the second one?
Yes, strength on strength. A little background, this is a true story. Tensions between the U.S. and Russia had reached its highest level ever. The Apollyon commander, Gene Hackman, who you just heard, received a message that Russia was preparing to launch a preemptive strike against the U.S. The commander ordered the crew, his crew, Gene Hackman ordered his crew to launch our missiles immediately. Launch them now. However, here was the problem. However, the message was incomplete, and only one half of the message, and one half of the message was missing. And the actualizer XO would not comply with Gene Hackman's, the commander's order, due to only having one half of the message. So you're going to see a confrontation, because here's the commander himself saying, launch now, launch the nuclear missiles before they launch theirs. The XO said, I cannot obey your order, sir. We only have half of the message. Standing on principle, one of those codes of conduct. So let's watch the exchange, a very ugly, if you will, exchange between the Apollyon and the actualizer.
Weapons, con. Ship targeting to target package SLBM 64741/2. This is the captain.
Captain, I cannot concur.
Repeat my command.
Sir, we don't know what this message means. Our target package could have changed.
You repeat this order, or I'll find somebody who will.
I don't know you won't, sir.
You're relieved of your position. Cobb, remove Mr. Hunter from the control room. Get Lieutenant Zimmerman here right now.
No, sir. I do not concur, and I do not recognize your authority to relieve me under command under Navy regulations.
Cobb, arrest this man and get him out of here!
Under operating procedures governing the release of nuclear weapons, we cannot launch our missiles unless both you and I agree.
Cobb,
now,
what are you waiting for?
Sir, this is expressly why your command must be repeated. It requires my assent. I do not give it. And furthermore, you continue upon this course and insist upon this launch without confirming this message first. I will be
Chief of the boat,
back by the rules of precedence,
Captain, commanding officer of the USS Alabama.
regulations.
I order you to place the XO under arrest on the charge of
Navy regulations.
I say again, I order you to place the XO under arrest on the charge of mutiny. Cobb!
Captain, please, the XO is right. We can't launch unless he concurs.
And after that exchange, that final exchange, we did not show it in the clip, but the commander, the Apollyon, Gene Hackman, hit Denzel Washington, the XO, in the face. The XO did not respond because he honored the title, the position. I don't think he honored. Of course, he did not honor the order to fire, but out of honor for the position that the commander held, he did not get into a fight with the Apollyon, but the Apollyon hit him and almost knocked him out.
All right, so we have one more that will show you. It is a sense of urgency from the actualizer. Looks like, and I don't know if you guys are seeing this, but the lips are moving just a fraction behind the voice. So if yours is doing that, I apologize. But here we go.
Con, weapons. Russian missiles will have launch capability in 21 minutes. Who's in charge here?
Shit! Me, sir. How long is it gonna take you? I don't know, sir. You know what's going on here? Yes, sir. No, I don't think you do. Let me explain it to you. If we launch and we're wrong, what's left of Russia is gonna launch at us. There will be a nuclear holocaust beyond imagination. So it's all about knowing, Mr. Bossler. We have to know whether or not our order to launch has been recalled or not. The only way we're gonna know is if you fix that radio. You understand? Yes, sir. You ever watch Star Trek? Star Trek, you know, Star Trek and USS Enterprise. All right, you remember when the Klingons were gonna blow up the Enterprise and Captain Kirk calls down to Scotty, he says, Scotty, I gotta have more power. He needs more warp speed. Warp speed, exactly. Yeah. Well, I'm Captain Kirk, you're Scotty, I need more power. I'm telling you, if you do not get this radio up, 1 billion people are gonna die. Now, it's all up to you. I know that's a shitty deal, but you got it. Can you handle it? Scotty.
Hi, Captain. You got anything?
No, boss.
Get on it.
Okay, so at the end of that clip, if you noticed, Scotty did the same thing. He turned around and turned the sense of urgency up on his team, because that's what an actualizer will do. They'll turn up that sense of urgency and decisiveness and accountability. And then once the crisis is over, they'll turn that back down. But that was a perfect example, turning up that sense of urgency. Not meanness, but urgency.
Okay, the Sentinel, are you ready, everybody? Hope you enjoyed your lunch, as Sherry said, and looking forward to a little bit of the afternoon with you. Let me give you the definition of Sentinel. The one who stands as in watching over us. I will repeat it. The one who stands as in watching over us. Give you a moment. Okay. AKA the Godfather. Often referred to as a recovering Apollyon. But know that they are only one drink away. Quiet strength, controlled and measured, more ego-driven than power-driven like the Apollyon. To the Godfather, the Sentinel, it's all about being influential, the center of attention, and receiving recognition and respect. Some examples, again, I think you will identify with all of these. Jerry Jones, Dallas football team. And that Dallas football team is his family. Make no mistake, Jerry Jones is a classic Sentinel Godfather. Hillary Clinton would also be in the Godfather. I guess we can use the term Godfather for her too as well. Prior to politics, she was an attorney in Arkansas, and she was very Apollyon. That's when she was the attorney. When she went to Washington, she had to clean up some of those rough and tough edges, so she gravitated into the Sentinel, more of the Sentinel pattern. And the other, and let's see if everyone knows this person, John Gotti. Who is John Gotti? Anybody want to take a guess?
Is he one of the mob bosses?
Yes.
Yes. Headed the Gambino family, the most powerful family in America. Again, obviously the Godfather. So Jerry Jones, Hillary Clinton, and John Gotti. First, let me point out a few, before we get into the pattern and some of the characteristics and codes, let me point out some subtle and not so subtle differences between the Apollyon and the Godfather. Privately or publicly, when you are around the Apollyon, you can be as loud and as noisy as you want. And the Apollyon will be louder and noisier. You can drink as much as you like, and they will out-drink you. You can use as much profanity as you want, and they will out-cuss you, because that is how Apollyons live. They're usually loud, noisy, profane, and heavy-drinking people. But now, you're no longer around the Apollyon. You are in the presence of the Godfather, and they do not want loud and noisy. They're okay with some drinking, but not a lot of drinking or profanity, particularly in public. Sentinels are the ones at the company Christmas party who are very aware of our behavior and how we're acting. Question for you all. Why do you Why do you think they have a problem with loud and noisy and drinking too much and improper behavior from their team? So again, the question, why do they have a problem with loud and noisy, drinking too much, and behaving improperly? From their team or anyone that works for them.
Does it take the attention off of them? Since they like to be the center of attention?
Well, yes, that is part of it. That's certainly part of it. But I'm going to use your word attention. Not only do they not want attention taken from them, as you said, but it also draws attention, the wrong kind of attention. And Godfather judges the team and individuals, the lieutenants that work around him or her, based on how they are behaving and acting, because it draws, again, the wrong kind of attention as well. These unacceptable impressions can be harmful to our career as well. And we're going to go a little bit deeper into that in a moment, but it's both what you said and what I added to what you said. So if asked to meet with the Godfather, and by the way, it is by invitation only, and we are expected to follow that protocol. Now, with the Apollyon, there's no protocol. The Apollyon can come up to you at any time, go to your office at any time, disrupt you, distract you, or you can go into their office anytime. They do not have a protocol, but the Godfather has a protocol. It is, again, by invitation only. And that means it is time for us to be quiet and listen. They are the teacher, and we are the student. Be professional and proper. Show respect and avoid inappropriate language or humor. In other words, kiss the ring. Time awareness is important with both the Apollyon and Sentinel. However, there are notable differences between these two patterns. Apollyons are very impatient and are poor listeners. So whether we are in their office, in a meeting with them, or passing them in the hallway, we have to quickly make our point and deliver our message, or they will simply check out and walk away in a very dismissive and unpleasant fashion. They don't have time to take time. With the Sentinel, we also need to remain time sensitive. But do not, here's the difference, but do not rush through the information, ideas, or plans with the Godfather. They want to hear and know that we're taking a level-headed approach to the issues. They also want to know that we have fully thought through our ideas and plans, anticipated any problems, and mitigated them. The Godfather does not like surprises. If I had to capture the Godfather in one phrase, that phrase would be measured response. They apply a measured response to both people-related and task-related issues. Now, does the Apollyon use a measured response? What about Neutron Jack? Did he use a measured response? Neutron Jack killed them all, blew it up. But again, with the Apollyon, it's measured. Let me give you an example, if I may. Sherry, I need to speak with Michael privately in his home. Arrange it.
Michael, are you there? Michael, are you back with us?
I'm here.
Okay, Michael, I'm gonna, are you in a private place? Are you in some place that you can have a little privacy?
Absolutely.
Okay, Rick needs to talk to you for just a moment.
All right.
How you doing, Michael? How's your family? Talk to me, Michael. Talk to me, Michael.
Everything's good. We're doing good.
That's good, Michael. You take care of your family. Family's important. With your permission, I'm going to close your door. We need to talk. No interruptions. Michael, I need a favor.
Anything for you.
Michael, listen. Listen, no talking right now, Michael. We have a problem with Joseph, Joey. He's been talking to the wrong people. Michael, he's been saying things, drawing a lot of attention. He's saying things that he should not be saying, Michael. You know, Michael, I'm a patient man. I've talked to him about it, but he doesn't listen. He's stubborn. I'm not sure that I can even trust him any longer. I need for you to take care of our problem, and you let me know when our problem is taken care of. Now,
I can
listen,
talk to Joey.
Yeah. What did you say, Michael? I missed that.
I can talk to Joey.
Oh, you'll talk to Joey. Okay. But now I want you to listen to one thing before you talk to Joey. No one else on his team, let's say, needs to be inconvenienced with this problem. They're good people, Michael. Loyal people. You understand. No one else gets hurt. I'm going to let myself out, Michael. By the way, if your family need anything, you know how to reach me. When the Godfather issues an order, one that he or she cannot be accused of, he simply said, we got a problem. He expects a one-word response, the Sentinel's favorite word. What is it?
Yes,
What
sir.
do you think? It's not yes, sir.
It's done.
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 The next time he wants to hear from you, Michael, is by phone, not a visit, and he wants to hear that the problem has been taken care of. The implied order is carried out quietly, cleanly, and efficiently. And Joey, you never see the bullet coming until it's too late. That is the measured response of the Godfather. And John Gotti would simply receive a call from Sammy the Bull Gravano, his underboss, and he would say, John, the problem has been taken care of, and now he knows he will be taken care of for taking care of family business. Not only does the Sentinel expect us to deliver their bullet for them, they also expect us to take their bullet for them. Michael, I'm going to stay with you since I started with you. Michael comes up to me one day and he says, Rick, this problem in our company is much bigger than we thought. And a lot of people are going to take a hit, even some people in our area. No need for you to be one of them. If necessary, I take the bullet for you. I'll tell C-Suite that I wasn't thinking clearly. I did something really stupid and it won't happen again. When a lieutenant steps in front of the Godfather and takes the blame, takes the bullet, he or she has committed the ultimate act of loyalty and now made members for life. And Michael will be generously rewarded. By the way, Michael, before I leave you, I understand from Sherry that you fly small aircraft and your door flew open while flying. Is that true?
So, well, that experience is true. I read that in the book, and I sent Sherry an email. I had a very similar experience where I was taking flying lessons. I eventually stopped taking lessons, and I didn't get my license, so I don't fly now. However, I had that same experience running down the runway where the door flies open, and my instructor, calmly reaches over and shuts the door, and I remained on task. Worried about the plane, less worried about the door, but still very concerned that we're going to take off and this door is flapping open. So I thought it was interesting to see her experience in the book.
Well, thank you, Michael. Now, see, I think it's a nice way that we can begin to take care of our problems. Even Sammy the Bull is impressed. I mean, who would ever suspect anything but it being an accident to our disloyal passenger? In fact, Michael, I like the idea so well. I need another favor from you. I want you to arrange with Stephen a flight. He shows no respect, Michael. I mean, he disagrees with me. He has no respect. I need for you to take care of the problem. I think the plane is a great idea, Michael. You let me know when the problem has been taken care of, will you?
Done.
Thank you, Michael.
Stephen wrote, I agree. That guy, Stephen, man.
The Sentinel uses implied power versus in-your-face power of an Apollyon. Now, what do we mean again? Another question. Again, the Sentinel uses implied power versus in-your-face power of the Apollyon. What do we mean by implied power? Anybody?
You don't have to explicitly refer to something. People know your message by implying.
Thank you. You're right on it. The actual definition, and I'll come back to your point, a directive or order that is left to the interpretation, but you understand the underlying message, and you know that you have the authority and permission to do whatever it takes to comply. And to your point, you also know there is a consequence if you fail to accomplish the directive. In other words, you know what they want, you know how they want it, you know when they want it, and you know what's going to happen to you if they do not get it. The Godfather, you see, understands that implied power is more powerful than applying power. Now, yes.
Sorry, but I had somebody that kind of wanted you to give the difference between that and manipulation.
Well, manipulation is deceptive. It's something deceptive, whereas implied is, again, there's no deception here. Michael got the message. He knows that I want him to take Stephen for a ride, or I want him to take care of Joy, who's talking too much to the wrong people. Does that satisfy the answer?
I would, yeah, I have a yes, thank you.
Okay. Folks, and I'm sure some of you know or could guess what it might be. The gotta know for the Sentinel is that they require unconditional loyalty. They view those that work for them as their family or team family. And respect, trust, and loyalty are the cornerstones of those relationships. Honoring those codes are not an option. They are requirements for membership. And breaking their loyalty codes, well, you now have a problem. However, our loyalty receives a quid pro quo from the Godfather. If we're loyal, they return the favor. You're taken care of. You are protected. And you have a place at the table with this very powerful and influential person. Loyalty to them even outweighs performance. A couple of very important final points to remember, however, about the Godfather. Disagreement with the Godfather, even behind closed doors, can be perceived as disloyal and dangerous. Disagreement to the Godfather in a public setting, in front of colleagues or in front of anyone, is equivalent to a job-ending sentence without a trial or in an appeal process. In decision-making, another one that's very important to be aware of, in decision-making, they will go through the motions of getting our input and help, but will mostly rely on their own knowledge and experience. Andrea, are you hearing me, Andrea?
Yes.
I need to know something, Andrea. Where do you stand on this issue? What is your position? Now, you know their mind is probably already made up, Andrea, so why are they asking you the question? What is your position? Where do you stand on this issue? Why are they even asking?
To start gauging loyalty.
Yes, often it's a loyalty check. Again, where do you stand? What is your position? What if, and they do it for this reason, Andrea, what if your position or stand on something doesn't line up with the Godfather? What might he think?
That you're disloyal?
You might be disloyal. So if the position does not line up, or where you stand doesn't line up with his or hers, there could be a loyalty issue. Not sure, but maybe. So this is how the Sentinel handles this type of situation. Michael, have you been talking to Andrea lately? I'm worried, Michael. She's not talking like the family. She's saying crazy things, Michael. I took her for a walk and told her she's not thinking straight. She tells me, Michael, you know what she tells me, Michael? Just her opinion. Listen, Michael, it may be something, it may be nothing, but we need to know. I want you to take her to lunch, and let's see what's going on. Did I hear something? Did I hear you say something, Michael?
I'll schedule a plane ride. It's done.
Well, we don't know yet. That's why the lunch meeting. We don't know we have a problem yet. Maybe, maybe not. Could be something, could be nothing. So let's don't go there yet, Michael. I want you to take her to lunch and see what we can find out.
I could equip her with a parachute. We could find out on the way down.
Michael, you talk when you should be listening to the Godfather. Michael has two responses. Michael has two responses when he returns from lunch. Either we have a problem, he is told, what? Take care of it. Now the plane ride comes into play. Or he might take this position. Everything is okay. She has some issues at home. She's a loyal soldier. She'll do what she's told, Rick. I stand by her. Well, Michael better be right, or the Godfather schedules a visit with Nicholas and says, I need a favor, Nicky. We've got a couple of problems.
These last two viable patterns are so prevalent in the workplace that a full understanding of how they think could make all the difference in success. Because one thinks at ground level and the other thinks at 20,000 feet above the boundaries. These two patterns drive each other crazy, but they desperately need one another because one comes up with the big ideas and the other carries them out. Strategists, they are elegant thinkers and speakers, able to communicate their grandiose ideas in a mesmerizing manner, whereas criterions are factual, precise, and deliver in a monotone, methodical fashion without eliciting the enthusiasm of the strategist. So let's look at the criterion first. The criterion is the last pattern on the management side and has a tendency to be more ground level, analytical, and detail oriented, to the point of sometimes getting stuck in paralysis analysis and over analyzing a project or decision, which can sometimes be perceived by others as delaying or procrastinating completion. So when you get your books of life back later today, if you see that criterion a bit high in some areas, maybe it is in decision making, know that these assessments are a snapshot in time. And your colleagues are saying that right now, for some reason, you are delaying or procrastinating making decisions. And that can be changed. Those are the type of things that Rick and I can help you with during our conversations. So the perception can be delayed, but in reality, a criterion is just analyzing, trying to make sure that there are no mistakes. And a lot of you, because a lot of your industry, you will see this criterion, or at least you'll see it in the mix. So criterions are meticulous at their job. It's how they measure success. So not necessarily by moving up the ladder, although they oftentimes do because of that meticulousness at their job. And so one example is former President George Bush Sr. Now, every president has a war. What was his war? Anybody remember? George Bush Sr.
Gulf War One.
Yeah.
Gulf War, Desert Storm. Now, this had to have been the most well thought out war in history. I mean, he planned and analyzed for like 15 months, making sure our allies were on board, going over every single detail, making sure the I's were dotted and the T's were crossed. But when it was time to stop analyzing and take action, who did he send in? Yeah, Stormin' Norman Schwarzkopf. And this war was perfectly executed. It was over in less than 100 hours. So it was a great leadership move. But afterward, when Schwarzkopf called Bush on that red phone and he said, "We've got Saddam's back to the wall, let's take him out." What did Bush say?
I'm guessing let's think about it and plan.
Well, he said, not gonna do it, wouldn't be prudent. Ask little George W. Wouldn't be prudent. He said, no, he said, I want you to come back home. And he effectively restored what? He restored the
previous
Status
war.
quo.
He
They
didn't
what?
want to invade the country. He liberated Kuwait, but did not want to go into Iraq.
Yeah, he said, we've accomplished our mission, and so come back home. And so by doing that, what did he do, essentially?
Restore the status quo.
Yeah, he restored the status quo. If you are highlighting, I would highlight or circle that one, status quo. Got to know that one on this. He restored the status quo, and I will add, and the security that goes along with that. So criterions can make leadership moves. It just may take them longer to get there or get on board, but they will take action and then come back to what they know and what they are comfortable with. Criterion literally describes, and this is the definition, a standard of judgment. It's a standard of judgment or a set of criteria by which they measure everything. So criterion means a standard of judgment or a set of criteria by which they measure everything. Now, they often find themselves in an advisory capacity because of the abundance of information that they gather and process. This data is used to rationalize, explain, and point out consequences. They find security in that detail, analysis, and numbers. They love data. Can't give them too much data. Now, once a vision is defined, typically by somebody else, the criterions are the ones who bring that vision into focus and carry it out. So they measure success, again, not necessarily by moving up, but by perfecting their job. And to criterions, data is a way to perfect their job, and data is irrefutable. Nothing is intuitive without the data. And that is the impetus and sometimes rigid focus that drives everything they do and every decision. However, criterions are also reliable, dependable, and steady, often been referred to as the good soldier. So we're working with a company in Florida and talking about this pattern, and somebody piped in and she said that she had an employee that worked for her who had just received a 26-year award for perfect attendance. 26 years and never missed a day of work. His job? Making washers. Washers, the flat, usually silver metal pieces with the hole in the middle. And that was his job. He would push a button on a conveyor belt that would drop a pipe down, and then he'd push another button to cut that pipe to make the washers and make sure everything was operating and running smoothly down that conveyor belt. So for 26 years, talk about dependable. So again, Criterion's clearly like the status quo. 26 years pushing a button. They know what they like and they like what they know. They can perfect their job, whatever that job may be, whether it's pushing a button on a conveyor belt or running the country, as long as that job stays the same. They don't like change. So they'll dig their heels in and challenge and resist change, because change results in insecurity. So that is their need. We talked about those 5 factors that influence their need is for that status quo. They find security in relying heavily on that status quo, rules, regulations, and the book. What am I referring to when we say the book?
That like unwritten code of this is how we've done it, this is how we always do it, this is the safe protocol.
Well, that's so that plays into it, certainly. That's that status quo and kind of relying on this is the way we've always done things around here. The book, everybody has received one of these when you started at your jobs, right? Everywhere I've ever worked, I have received a book that has the initials SOP down the side of it. What does that stand for?
Standard
operating procedures. Standard operating procedures. So when I'm talking about the book, specifically that book, right? And I've always received one. A week after I start with whatever company I worked at, I couldn't tell you where it was to save my life. I probably shoved it in the back of a drawer somewhere. But not Criterion's. Criterion's love the book. They have it proudly displayed on the file cabinet for all to see. And trust me, they can quote that book script and verse. They don't even have to look at it because there's security in that book. You know, as long as I'm following this book, I'm following the rules, I'm safe. There's the security. Now, the book can be rigid and restrictive, but it provides that chartered course that says I'm safe if I follow this course. So Criterions don't want to be mean and they don't want to hurt anybody. They simply want everyone to follow the rules. So sometimes they can come across as rigid in trying to enforce or remind everybody of those rules. So let me show you a little video of a comedian talking about somebody who was rigid in following the rules.
Thank you. Stop clapping. Calm down. Everybody calm down, because I'm not particularly happy to be here. I have to say, I'm going to come across, for the next few minutes, I'm going to come across as a bit of a whinging pom. I would love not to, but I can't help it. I can't get the hang of your Australian sense of humor. It's freaking me out a little bit, because you must understand, I was looking forward to this trip. I was excited. I was coming over from Wales. I bought new clothes, a new outfit, new shorts, T-shirts, sunglasses. I had to go to bloody France for those. I was excited. I bought myself a suitcase, a nice new, a posh suitcase with wheels. I'd always had a backpack. This was the first time for me. And then I flew to Australia. Yes. This is what arrived. Exactly. I knew you'd laugh. You see, this is not funny. Oh, you're hilarious. Oh, look where some hilarious Australian baggage handlers put a sticker on there. Bend your knees. Heavy. Very funny, my thought. 22 kilos of stuff I lost, apparently, according to that sticker. Listen, it's not... Listen, I'll admit, if I'm completely honest, the first 3 times this went round the baggage carousel, I laughed as well. The first 3 times I laughed, right? Everybody was laughing, the whole airport. Fair enough, everybody was. And then everybody else, they went home. It was just me and this. I thought I'd know what to do. I thought, I'll sort this out. I'll take this over to the desk, I thought. I didn't hear. There's an typical Australian girl on the desk. She says, what seems to be the problem? I said, mainly it's about my luggage. She said, is that not it? I said, this is some of it. Hey, don't get me wrong, I'm thrilled to get this back. The thing is, I'm here for 2 months. I'm pretty sure I packed more than this. This is what you like. You find this kind of thing and then she starts asking me those questions. You get these questions everywhere. I know. There was no need for it. No need. She said, could anybody have interfered with it? I said, we probably shouldn't rule that out. She said, well, have you left it unattended at any point? I said, I suppose I must have. I'm not the most observant person in the world, but this had happened while I was wheeling it through the airport. I think I'd have noticed. Surely it would have got very light very quickly. She said, did you pack it yourself? I said, why? What are you suggesting? Somebody else packed for me and thought this is all I'd need. You're clapping her. I know what you're doing. She said, we must do a report. I thought, good, let's do a bloody report. Let's do it. Good, I thought. It was all going quite well until question 3. I said, does your luggage have any distinguishing features, Mr. Gilbert? I said, it's got a long black handle, if that's any use. She wrote that down. I love you all, really. Thank you very much. Good night.
I have seen that 100 times, and every time I still have tears coming out of my eyes because I have lost my luggage before. But anyway, his point is very clear that she was just going down that checklist and following the rules. So while criterions have mostly good qualities, they are task-focused, analytical, detail-oriented, and that often leads to a very efficient and highly disciplined work environment. But those same traits can sometimes inhibit promotion to those breakthrough results to senior levels, unless perhaps it's as CFO or something along those lines. But why do you think that is? Why can those traits that are all good sometimes also get in the way of those breakthrough results to senior levels? Any thoughts on that?
They're not willing to challenge the organization because they like the status quo.
That could play into that, certainly. Any other thoughts?
Yeah, I would say that if they're following the strict guidelines, they're not have the awareness that there could be something that's better that wasn't in those guidelines, and that it's just a snapshot in time of maybe best practices, but that doesn't mean it's the best practice.
Yeah, well said. Any final thoughts on that? Yeah, I think you guys captured it. You know, they have that structure, the organization, the discipline to do their job well, but now they need to be able to pull a little flexibility, creativity, and diplomacy that comes with those senior level responsibilities. And that's very tough for a criterion to do. They tend to be more direct and matter of fact. So analytical, while it is the greatest strength of a criterion, it can also be their biggest weakness. And that's because they move over into that paralysis analysis when a change is recommended or they're trying to contemplate anything new or make a decision. So they move over into that paralysis analysis and can't make a decision or move forward. Now, studies have shown that we should be able to make wise decisions with 50 to 65% of the available information. Anything sooner than 50% and we're reacting. We're not collecting enough data. But for every percentage point over 65% we delay making a decision, we run the risk our competitors are going to get there first. And for a criterion, they want 100% of all that information before they move forward. And I always say 100%, there's no decision to make, right? It's already made. So you and I are hired to be able to make decisions with that 50 to 65% information. But with the criterion, that rigidity will kick in and they fall into paralysis analysis. Now, there was another pattern we talked about earlier that also can have high rigidity. Do you remember which pattern that is? Which other pattern do you think might have that high rigidity? Yep, I see somebody has texted the answer Apollyon. Apollyon is correct. So how do you tell them apart? You take them on, because one will kill you, the other runs the other way. Because one kills people, the other kills ideas. Okay, here's what we're going to do now. I sent you a short case study, a flight attendant case study, and it will not take you but 5 minutes to read. And so, but I'm going to stop sharing for a moment in case anybody. All right. So it will only take you 5 minutes to read that case study. And again, we're going to have you read it and then chat in the chat box. And I saw somebody that did not receive it. So I will send this again in just a moment when I send you off to read. 5 minutes to read. Before you take a break, please chat in the chat box so Jess can put you into Teams again, since that takes a few moments, and then we'll have a 10-minute break. So if it takes you longer to read or I need to send you a case, you'll still have time. So 5 to read, 10 for break. And then you need to type Reezy in the chat box or flight attendant. Okay, now who was more out of line? Not who do you agree with, but who was more out of line in the way they responded to the situation? Because there may not be, and there certainly isn't, a black or white, right or wrong in this case, because we don't have enough of the facts and details behind it. We just have a snippet of this case. So perhaps both were a bit right and both were a bit wrong in their response. But who was more out of line, in your opinion, in the way they reacted? So if you think Reezy was out of line, type Reezy. If you think the flight attendant was more out of line, type flight attendant. Just so everybody's clear, and in case anybody chooses to jump sides, they may, but the question was not who was right in the situation, but who was more out of line in their reaction. And then you were to respond Reezy or flight as more out of line. So if anybody got that mixed up, I apologize. A little easier to kind of explain that in person for some reason than it is virtually. But you can flip sides as we debate. If we were live and in person, we'd actually have you face off. We'd have you lined up on either side of the room. So interesting to note before we jump into the debate, I think there were only, and you guys correct me, 3 or 4 that were in the flight attendant room. Is that correct?
No, it was the other way around. There was 3 people that were on the correct side. That Rizzy was in the wrong.
Okay, there were 3 people, you said, right?
3, yeah.
3 in that side, okay. And then the rest were flight attendant side. Okay, so for the 3, we will let you start the debate. And if you would like to make your point on why you chose that side, and then we'll go to the other side for a counter. And then we're going to let all 3 of you have an opportunity to say something since there were only 3. How about that?
Cool.
Okay. Kicking off?
Yeah, I'll kick off. So our main point of why we chose the Rizzy side was more in the wrong here was mostly because we just didn't have enough information. So we didn't necessarily know what was in the heated argument and what was discussed. So our main point was the flight attendant's main objective of being on the flight is purely safety. That is why they're on the plane. And since we don't understand what was fully discussed and what was exchanged in terms of words, then we sided on the side of safety and assumed that, there was something unsafe on there. And because safety is always a priority, that's the reason why we sided that. Nick or Claudia,
Let's go to the other side first, and then we'll
sorry.
come back to Nick and Claudia and let you guys counter. How about that? All right. So other side, do you want to? He just gave a point. Do you want a counterpoint to that, or add a new one?
Yes, we will counterpoint, and then I'm going to turn it over to my colleague Dawn, who will talk about, among other things, how this flight attendant was selectively cherry picking which rules in the name of safety she was going to enforce. But to counter the point that was just made, you don't have enough information, and so your default assumption is to err on the side of the company rather than the person with the disability who is trying to have access to the same modes of travel that the rest of us able-bodied folks have no issues with.
I don't understand how I sided with the company.
You said you don't have enough information, so you erred on the side of the flight attendant in the name of safety. And I'm curious.
I was on the side of safety, not the flight attendant. And there's no information that proves that anyone else was asked to do other things.
So your default assumption then is against the person with the disability who is trying to have access to other modes of travel.
Not really sure if that was said. I would say that it's all about safety. I mean, do you not want to be safe? I guess that's my question to you.
And now I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Dawn. Dawn, you're muted.
Thank you. You can tell I'm ready to jump right in there because when you said safety,
I saw the boxing gloves on. I was afraid.
No, I was like, let's talk about safety. The number one, the first thing that we think about, when you get on the plane, can everybody see me when you see me do this? And you see me do this? When you see me do this going forward, and you see me do this going sideways? When the flight attendant says there are 3 exits on this plane, there's one rear exit, right? So where she seated Rizzy on that plane was actually at a rear exit. All planes, all of them, have a rear exit on that fuselage. So when she seated him in the very back, she seated him in the wrong area. They said the very back seat that has no seat, that has nothing underneath it. So I can visualize exactly where she would have seated him on that 35 passenger plane, right? We call it a sky pig. I used to work for an airline. So anyway, she would have seated him in the wrong area of the plane because you never seat anyone there that has a disability. So Rizzy was actually not treated fairly by that. He arrived at the airport early, and he was out on the tarmac, and an hour early. Yet they boarded him the very last on the plane. When that flight attendant should have made sure that he was the very first person that got on that plane. Anyone with a disability is going to be there on that plane and loaded first. And then she she could have let him safely get off the plane by himself, because the dog actually is his guide dog, and he's going to know how to get him up that aisle and out that door. But yet security was called to meet him and take and escort him off that plane. And then it says that she had a heated exchange between Rizzy and her. And I'm sure the dog kind of jumped in there too. But when she had that heated exchange, that was absolutely wrong. That's something that you do not do, with your passengers. You don't have a heated exchange with them. They, you simply listen to them and try to resolve that issue, get them into another seat, to do whatever you have to do to resolve that issue. You're not trying to cancel your flight, because that's going to be points against you. I mean, big points against you if you cancel that flight. They were already 2 hours delayed. That's a ding on their flight schedule. So when the FAA is going to keep account about all the times that they were delayed, and they're going to be scored by that. So those are things that you just don't do.
Okay. All
yeah,
right.
Anyway,
so let's have somebody counter, because you made a lot of points there. So let's go back to the other side. Who wants to take on this challenge?
I mean,
counter
really
Don.
can, but I would prefer not. I'd like to give someone else an opportunity.
Yeah.
I don't want to go after Dawn. She already had all the good information. Yeah, I mean, I think that's the important thing of having if you have an expert that talks about protocols, obviously that's hard to counter. But the only thing that we came back to say is, he was the middle passenger, right or wrong. And if your dog was not under the seat and preventing that window passenger from able to move, that's where we're that's a potential issue if the dog can't stay where the dog needs to stay. And again, I agree, Doxy's right. I mean, so I'm all on board Doxy, but that was really the thrust of it without having any more information.
Well, one question we had was, why didn't the flight attendant move to a different seat?
So
everyone was willing to let the dog go underneath, and 35 people marched out with them. It seems like
so that was my question too.
the most obvious thing.
So that was my question too, and the only reason why I sided with Rizzy being the more out of line was because I just don't have enough information, and I said that already. But for all I know, Rizzy could have said, the flight could have said, "Can you please move? The passengers willing to move, and you guys could just trade." And Rizzy could have said, "Absolutely no way, I'm not moving. I have no idea." Right?
Okay, so every person on your side that is advocating in support of how the flight attendant acted has made this point and kept, emphasizing this point that they needed more information. You all needed more information. Is 30 people, over 30 other passengers collectively getting up together, canceling all of their travel plans, derailing their plans going forward, whether they be business or personal, for the rest of that weekend or week or what have you, in support of this man that they saw treated unjustly? If that is not enough evidence for you, then I would like to challenge your burden of proof.
I don't think that's enough evidence. I think people are very irrational in their thinking a lot of times.
Yeah, they can be, and they didn't walk off that plane. Remember, it was the pilot who canceled that flight.
Yeah.
Well, only because the other passengers came out in support of this gentleman and said that they were not going to be taking the flight if he was not allowed back on. So
They didn't say that. They just said you need to not get rid of this guy and get rid of the flight attendant. I mean,
Right.
I've had my fair share of arguments that I am not proud of with flight attendants, where they have cursed me out and I've cursed them out. So I totally am almost 99.9% always against the flight attendant, just to be very clear. But because I just do not have information of were these passengers rational in their thinking, I don't know. I've seen videos where people were not rational in their thinking.
But you have a unanimous set of passengers who all are giving their opinion, who all were eyewitnesses to the interaction that took place between this flight attendant and this passenger.
But you've seen it in mass viral videos previously. I think it was 2 years ago. There was one passenger who was being outrageously violent and refusing to get off, and all the on social media agreed with this passenger, and they actually had to physically remove the passenger from the flight, drag him out where he got like injured, and it was like this huge media frenzy. And then it turned out that that person was actually in the wrong, and the only reason they did that was because they were trying to get money from the flight company. And so
I just think it's curious that you all say you need an expert to weigh in before you're willing to side with the passenger. But
I don't need an expert. I don't need an expert.
Yeah, actually, I'm jumping over to Steven's side just because he's getting beaten up too much. It's pretty clear that they're siding with safety in absence of not being there themselves. I think that's a reasonable opinion. It's not one I agree with, but I also think it's reasonable and not to beat a dead horse with a stick.
Dawn's saying something, but she's muted. I want to hear from her.
I don't know. I'm sorry. I keep getting muted. I'm gonna number one. If they're siding with safety, I mean they broke every safety rule they could break on that plane. But the fact is that second paragraph of this case study says that all 35 passengers on U.S. Airways flight 4384 walked off the plane after Albert Rizzi, a blind man from Long Island, and his dog, Doxy, were escorted off the flight after a heated exchange between he and the flight attendant. So that you having a knowledge that and being right there and seeing this heated argument between a flight attendant and a passenger that upset you so much that you wanted to walk off in support of that passenger. I mean,
yeah, and that's Dawn, that's why I did side. That was my main reasoning. But then again, if somebody were to read this and say, well, I'm going to go with the flight attendant for safety, to me, I respect that.
She broke every rule. I respect it. She broke every rule. She put them in the wrong seat. She boarded them at the wrong time. She called security.
But the flight attendants aren't the ones who board.
They're the ones. Well, the gate agent is actually the one who's going to walk them down the jetway.
Yeah.
Whether it's a jetway on the tarmac or but the flight attendant is actually going to be that one that's going to escort them inside the fuselage and direct them down to their seat. And when they see that dog and they see a blind man, they're going to know that you cannot seat them at an exit row. You can't.
But how do you know the passenger didn't? How do you know they didn't suggest that? The flight attendant could have said, "This person's willing to trade with you, will you?" And he said, "F you, I'm not doing it." And that's how it started the argument. I don't know that.
You're a blind man. You're gonna choose a seat where your dog can't be right underneath you. No, that's unlikely.
But I don't know that.
But it's unlikely because you're gonna want that.
But there's still a chance.
That dog is your livelihood. That dog is your life. That dog's your eyes. And so I'm not gonna let my eyes be seated by me.
Let me jump in
still
here.
A chance.
If I may, because I agree with both sides. We just don't know. And they could have asked him to move, or the passenger could have offered to swap seats with him, and he just didn't want to do it. I mean, we do not know that kind of information. It wasn't provided for us. But I want to kind of have you think about this a little bit differently, all right? So the passengers were upset, which essentially put the whole plane in danger, right? Because anger from those passengers came from the flight attendant being, let's say, stubbornly entrenched in a particular rule. And you guys have said the rule, the safety rule, right? So the entire flight ended up being canceled. So people's lives and schedules were interrupted. So canceling a flight, how much did that cost the airline in terms of financial?
I mean, it costs the flight attendant too, right? They don't get paid.
Right. Yeah, and it was a financial cost, and it was a public relations nightmare, right? So the crew not being in the next location to pick up the next set of passengers, and so it probably backed up several flights, perhaps left hundreds of people stranded, changing planes at the last minute. We don't know a lot of those things. We can make assumptions, but sometimes the very rule we are trying to keep becomes an obstacle, and it ends up creating the opposite of what we were trying to accomplish in the first place. So the flight attendant was trying to accomplish safety and order, and instead created havoc, anger, chaos, and confusion, which ultimately led to a lack of safety. The pilot even said he canceled the flight because the passengers were so upset he was fearful that it could become a safety issue. So if we are so stubbornly, and I want to pull this into us now, if we are so stubbornly entrenched in the rules that we're not even willing to explore outside the lines, we can end up violating the very purpose for which the rule was created in the first place. Hence, air rage in this case, right? Similar to road rage. Once you get fired up, and I think somebody made this point, once you get fired up, it's hard to calm down, right? In road rage, it just becomes irrational. You start chasing the other car, waving inappropriate fist or finger, your blood pressure goes up, and then it just can ruin your whole day. So, the same thing essentially could have happened here. Now, I've got another point I want to make, but I want to give you the rest of the story. The airline gave all those passengers a free bus ride to their next destination, and they apologized. They said that they were looking into the situation. As a member of the Disability Advisory Board, Reezy was threatening to sue the airline. And then what I've got the biggest kick out of, and many of you have mentioned the doxy is short for doxology, which means praise and new beginnings. So I want to give you one final story. Rick, did you want to add anything to that before I give my final story here?
Oh, I just
Apollyon Airlines.
I just enjoyed I sat back and enjoyed the debate.
I thought it was really great too. I really did. It gets some good conversation going. Again, perhaps both a little right and a little or a lot wrong, but both come into play. So here's my final story. Captain Sullenberger, Flight 1549, landed his plane on the Hudson River. Now, the rule book said that he should have continued on and landed at the next airport. But he was flying too low, too slow over a densely populated area, so he made a choice, a judgment call, to take the option that in his mind would have the least amount of risk of lost lives. So he made that judgment call and landed on the Hudson River. Now, thankfully, all the passengers walked away safe. Did not know that at the time when he made the call, but thankfully that's what happened. The very expensive plane he was flying, however, which held more than 35 passengers, not so lucky it sunk. And so for those of you who saw the movie with Tom Hanks representing Captain Sullenberger, Sully, he was actually on trial with the FAA for this incident because he did not follow the rules, and it cost the airline a lot of money. And so it finally came out at the end, because in this trial, they said that the simulation pilots had landed safely at the next airport, so they knew that he could have landed safely. And finally, at the end of the movie, it came out where Tom Hanks said, well, wait a minute, how many attempts did those simulation pilots get? How many tries did they have where they failed to land at the next airport? And then they went back and made adjustments and tried again before they finally landed safely. And it was something like 13 attempts. I can't remember the number, but it was a lot. And Tom Hanks, Sully in this case, said, I did not have 13 tries. I had one. Point being this, rules are part of your reality. They're part of my reality. They're part of all of our reality, but perhaps your industry more than most. But if we apply our good sound judgment to our interpretation of those rules, perhaps we can avoid letting the process become the master and get in the way of the very thing that we're trying to accomplish. All right.
Well, Sherry, you played right into the strategist.
I certainly did.
And now, the last viable pattern. The strategist, and the strategist pivots toward leadership more than management. And I would like to, again, define strategist. So give you a moment to copy this down, but this is the definition of strategist. I'll repeat it at least once. Coming up with ideas and plans. Coming up with ideas and plans. I'll continue. Carefully designed to serve a purpose or advantage. Coming up with ideas and plans carefully designed to serve a purpose or advantage. And as I said, Sherry just perfectly set me up for this strategist. And when you look at, you compare and contrast what we just talked about and what you're going to hear next. We want to bring the strategist pattern, and I got a little feedback there. I hope everybody can still hear me well. But let me start over because I'm not sure if someone made a comment or that was just feedback coming from the technology. But we want to bring the strategist pattern in focus in a little different way than we've brought the other patterns up to our discussions. So we're going to change it up a bit. We think it only appropriate, given that the strategist is a change agent, to ask another well-known strategist to introduce and capture this pattern. How many of you have heard of or familiar with Richard Branson? Any comments there? How many of you are familiar with
Virgin Airlines?
Virgin Airlines. Thank you. He is a classic strategist in the world of business and is also one of the most successful and influential names in the world. Among his many accomplishments, he ranks 6th on the richest citizens list in the United Kingdom. And by way of his own view of the world and his own words, we will let Sir Richard himself capture his alter ego, the strategist. And I quote, "Reach for the skies and screw business as usual. My leadership style is a rule breaker. I never learned the rules in the first place. To change the game is the heart of what Virgin stands for. The company culture has always been, don't sweat it. Rules were meant to be broken." Branson goes on to say, the key to success is bringing change and innovation to the corporate establishment. So we encourage our employees to take risk, be an opportunist, be a fierce competitor, and a tough negotiator. Success also includes having an unstoppable energy and a what whatever it takes attitude and work ethic. Add fun to the mix, be friendly, treat your employees like family and with respect, welcome their feedback and suggestions, give them an active and participative role, and the freedom to be creative. On a personal level, he says, I work hard to master the art of situational leadership and use techniques I believe will fit the situation. I am also comfortable with being a transitional leader, and I adapt easily to change. In times of distress, situations that require major cultural change, for me, it is a rush. Thank you, Sir Richard. As you can tell from that, strategists are mavericks, rebels with a cause. They are visionary dreamers, and they push the line and stretch the boundaries. However, their ideas can and often are costly. To them, it is a game of chance, and they are willing to play the odds with their money, as is the case with Branson, or roll the dice with the organization's money. Although strategists will likely have their fair share of failures, Sir Richard has endured several, they seem to bounce back with sheer determination. And a big reason that they bounce back is a philosophy that's centered around themselves. If I can sell you me, I can sell you anything. My ideas, products, strategies, and yes, even my dreams. They are excellent communicators, persuasive, clever, savvy, and image-driven. For those of you from Charlotte, you are all probably familiar with Myers Park, speaking of image, a very upscale, old money neighborhood. While driving through Myers Park recently, I was stopped at a light, and a red BMW pulled up beside me at the light with a young, attractive couple inside. They quickly pulled away when the light changed, and I could not help but to notice a sticker on the bumper of the BMW. And I'm thinking, why would you want to put a sticker on your BMW? When they slowed down enough to turn into their beautiful home, my question was answered. It read, improve your image, be seen with us. Young strategists, likely. New money, definitely. Strategists lack focus and hate boring detail, and they can certainly be vague and unclear at times. Often they're doing that deliberately, so they cannot easily be pinned down on the details and the facts and the figures. But they are smart, and they know they need to surround themselves with the detail-minded criterions. Ground zero meets 30,000 feet. One thinks high altitude, the other thinks low altitude, and both can benefit from their different viewpoints and diverse thinking if they get together and work together. A troubled marriage, for sure, though, not one made in heaven. They argue a lot, both are stubborn, and survival of the relationship will equal greater success for both. Still, strategists have a way of capturing our imagination. And I believe the reason is this. We cannot always live their dreams. We can't always live Richard Branson's dreams and a lot of their dreams. But sometimes we can live our dreams through them. And to their credit, through change that they've created, they change our future. And that is the strategist. Quite a contrast from the criterion.
Yeah. Hey, Rick, do you mind if I give my impression of the difference between a criterion and a strategist?
I would love for you to.
All right, everybody ready? Here you go. Difference in a strategist and a criterion.
That's got to be the bird.
It's the birds.
I bet a lot of that's gone on during this virus since we've been kind of stuck at home. I'm going to finish up today, folks, by giving you what Sherry and I refer to as the backup patterns. Every one of us, all of us, have a primary pattern of behavior, the one that we are most natural and comfortable with. And all of us have what we refer to as a backup pattern, the one we resort to when our primary pattern doesn't seem to be working so well. My question here is, do you think that we have a tendency to be more aggressive or less aggressive in our backup? Anybody want to weigh in on that?
Probably less aggressive.
All have a primary, all have a backup. We resort to our primary we resort to our backup when our primary doesn't seem to be working so well. So do you think our tendency in backup is to be more aggressive or less aggressive?
More aggressive.
Yes, and generally we are more aggressive. Not always, but generally speaking we are. So let's meet them all, and you'll be able to determine those, of course, quickly that are more aggressive and those who are not so aggressive. But generally speaking, again, most of us are more aggressive. So Apollyon, again, just a little ending kind of fun here. Where do you think Apollyon go in backup? I mean, think about this. They are already the baddest of the bad. So where can they go? Where do you think they go?
The other end of the spectrum?
Well, that's a good answer. They go, they go extreme for sure. They move to an even badder than baddest, off the grid, Hell's Angels, and they can become physical. As we talked about in the clips with the Crimson Tide, again, when the Apollyon at the end of that verb fight they were having, the Apollyon and of course the actualizer, and as I mentioned to you at that time, the Apollyon literally physical and practically knocked out Denzel Washington, his XO, so they can become physical and back up. Sentinels. The Godfather. Where do you think the Godfather goes in backup? And I'll give you a clue. Remember, they're thought of as recovering what?
Apollyon.
Recovering Apollons, but only how many drinks away?
One.
One drink away. One drink away is so when the Sentinels take that one drink and move into their backup Apollyon pattern, they have their lieutenants. They have their lieutenants carry out the Apollyon actions in order to avoid getting their hands dirty. In other words, they place a call to Sammy the Bull. They stay above it, above the fray, but they will act in a very, as you've learned from them, a very tough way, and they take a tough decision, and they send Sammy the Bull in to take care of it. So move to Apollyon. Actualizers. Now this one might surprise you a bit until we explain their backup move, which we touched on, Sherry touched on actually a little bit today. Where do you think the actualizers go in backup? And of course you can vote by way of hands or whatever other method you want to use to let us know where you think they might go. Give you a moment. Where do you think they go in backup? Does anybody have a vote in the chat box, Sherry?
Nothing yet in the chat box.
Chat some guesses.
Oh, there we go. So we've got a Sentinel and a Criterion so far.
Give you a moment or two longer if anybody else wants to put in their vote. And as I said, this one might surprise you a bit until we explain it.
We've got Criterion again. We've got one Apollyon, two Apollyons.
I'll give you 10 more seconds.
A Synergist. We got them all up here. Somebody is going to be right.
Going to the synergist, you know, from the angel of death to the angel of mercy. Or they. Oh my gosh! All right. How many of them said Apollyon?
I have 2 that said Apollyon.
Who are you? Identify yourself.
Stephen.
Joseph.
Stephen. And who else said Apollyon?
Joseph.
Just you won. Apollyon
Yeah, the two Siemens Energy guys.
But let me explain, please. Let me.
Got anger issues.
Big. There is a huge qualifier here. So if you do not capture what I'm about to say on paper, please capture it in your head, because the qualifier is essential to know. When an actualizer moves into their backup Apollyon pattern, and Sherry alluded to this, I think once, not too long ago earlier in the session, they do not take the mean stuff with them. The meanness of an Apollyon they leave behind, the threatening and intimidating manner, the cutting sense of humor, the volatility in that meanness. Actualizers do not take that with them. Actualizers do take with them something Sherry and I refer to as turning up the heat, and that's the phrase you used earlier today, Sherry, if I'm correct. Turning up the heat, or turning up the sense of urgency. And you do feel the heat and urgency. Not the meanness, but you know they mean business. They begin to move at a quicker pace, make quicker decisions, give directions, call for immediacy from the team, action and results. In turn, when they do that, they turn up that heat, they expect a complete and full response from their team. Now, whatever triggered them and their call to action, so to speak, usually a crisis of some nature, is put to rest. Once they put it to rest with the team, they turn the heat down, for one. They turn the heat down. But here's another good point. Not off, never off. They just turn it down to an appropriate level. Actualizers know when to turn up the heat and when to turn down the heat when the unexpected happens. And people have a tendency to rally around that type of leadership under when the unexpected hits, and they take charge and they take control, and everyone feels the heat, but not the meanness. All right, criterions is going to be a little bit unusual, and Sherry's going to pick up on this in a little bit, but criterions, and I'm not going to give away what Sherry's going to talk about, but criterions have an unusual backup move to the only non-viable pattern of behavior that you're going to meet in just a moment with Sherry, the non-viable pattern of behavior. And Sherry will introduce this behavior style in a moment. I think that you will find the aberrant, which is the non-viable pattern of behavior style, I think you're going to find it to be uniquely different, unusual. Before Sherry takes that step, though, strategist. Did I hear a question? All right, strategist. Where do you think the strategist goes in backup? Anybody want to kind of put their vote in the chat box? Let's see how many. Let's see, Sherry, if you don't mind again, if you'll let me know what is going into the chat box for the strategist backup pattern.
Okay, I've got one synergist.
Okay.
One Apollyon. Here we go again. Opposite ends. Any other guesses? I have another synergist.
All right.
I've got another Apollyon.
Wow.
That's my boy.
you, you two seem to take that side quite a bit. I'm starting to worry. Glad you're catching them, Rick.
I will give you the answer. The strategists, the image-driven, they're image-driven strategists back up into sentinels or the Godfather and have their subordinates take care of issues and matters that they prefer to avoid. That's what the Godfather does. He hands it off. He hands off the order to somebody else. So again, the strategists back up into sentinels and have their subordinates take care of issues and matters that they prefer to avoid, such as having their staff explain why the growth plan projections are behind schedule or over budget, or they have their staff communicate facility closings if that's something that happens, and then have their staff deal with the difficult repercussions of the layoffs. Things that they just do not want to be connected with or troubled by. Hence, they distance themselves from the situation by delegating, as the Godfather, the problems. We have one more. Synergist. Where do you think the synergist, the angel of mercy, goes in backup? See how any tries we get with that one, Sherry, in the chat box.
All right. I have Criterion. Any other guesses?
And I'm curious because of the answer. Who said Criterion?
I did, Stephen.
Yeah, the one always has an opinion.
Well, my thought process was that someone who loves to agree, when they're not able to disagree, then they fall back to, well, the rule says.
Well, you're spot on, buddy. Yes, they back up into Criterion, and they can often, as we know, as Sherry talked about, experience paralysis analysis, often when they're troubled by something. They get paralyzed in an issue, or if they're troubled by something. Maybe they've said something and they thought they hurt someone's feeling, whatever. They try to reconcile the differences, with their manager. If they feel like they and their manager have had an issue and they're not, talking as much, the team or colleagues, same things. They just get paralyzed trying to figure out how can I, smooth this over, or figure out what and why something happened and that did not go according to plan. And now, what do I need to do to avoid blame, or to be held responsible or accountable for the problem? And they just get caught up in these paralysis situations and just think and think and think, but do not generally act to do anything about it. So that's the backup patterns, folks. And I know Sherry's got several things to wrap up with today that you're going to be enjoying, and I'll say it right now. If I have a chance, I'll say it at the end. Thank you for inviting us literally into your homes to be a part of your day today. It's been a great, fun, and pleasurable, and I hope impactful experience. Sherry, it's all yours.
Yeah, so we're going to finish with the non-viable pattern. I'm going to tell you how to read your assessments, and then we'll wrap up the day with something I hope you'll find kind of fun or interesting. And then as soon as we're done here, I'm going to send your assessments to you.
Hey, Sherry, I had a question. Why doesn't anyone fall back to the actualizer? Seems like that would be a good fallback of a balanced approach.
It would be a good fallback, but actualizers kind of, I guess if you were to say there was a goal, right, for leadership, it would be actualizer, because they can move into all of those other patterns as appropriate. They borrow or rent them as needed. I think Rick might have mentioned that. But it's very hard the other way, right? If you're in one of the other patterns to move over, people don't typically move into actualizer. They typically, if you can go there at all, you're typically going to be an actualizer that moves into the others and back up.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I don't know if I gave that the clarity that it needed, and Rick can pipe in if he wants to add to that. You still there, Rick?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, go ahead. I heard you were responding back. Is that
Yeah,
Stephen?
go ahead, and I said if you want to add something, please do.
I think the ones that share a good answer first, and second, I think as we mentioned when we were talking about the actualizer, if you work for an actualizer because of how they use their qualities, their management and leadership qualities, and they demonstrate them to you, as we did in the 7 or 8 qualities that we outlined earlier, you sort of inherit it. You want to be like that. So those that, as you just said, Sherry, those that become actualizers because they were given the opportunity to have that mentoring from another actualizer, and they wanted to be sure that they created that same type of pattern and behavior for everyone else. Be an example, if you will.
Yep. It's a good question, though. And interesting, nobody's ever asked that question before.
They haven't. Since they haven't started, but if you think of Rob Urban, just in that one special meeting that he called, and he touched on all of those things we talked about, you're so inspired by that. It could have been his last time to see those folks, and he wanted to leave something behind that was meaningful to them. And when you're a part of that, and when you work for someone like that, you want to be the best you can be too.
Okay. Let's talk for just a moment. I won't spend a lot of time on aberrant, but aberrant is the one that is falling off that pyramid, that is the only pattern that is not a viable pattern for management or leadership, because it is hard to manage or lead people when you are avoiding people, task, and responsibility, which is what they do. So if you want to write one big word across this that would summarize the aberrant, it is that word avoidance. This is your avoidance pattern. Now, aberrant literally stands for erratic behavior. So this is the pattern that will lash out to a great degree or withdraw to a great degree. Neither good for management or leadership, but we have to talk about this pattern because it exists. It's out there. So one of the major qualifiers for this pattern is that they are unpredictable. So we like to say the only thing predictable about their unpredictable behavior is that they will predictably act in extremes, and you never know which one you're going to get. But they want you and everything else in their world to be predictable. They want you to respond the same way to them. They're going to drive the same way to work every day. So they want everything around them predictable, but they do not return the favor because you never know which one you're going to get. It's very Jekyll and Hyde. So how do people get to be this way? Well, there are two paths. One is a permanent path and one is a glitch path. And the permanent path is something that we cannot deal with in the workplace. That is probably counseling beyond what we're able to provide. These are the crazy people out there that just open fire or blow a building up, and then you study and look at their background and they seem to have come from a normal family. There's no reason for them to be the way they are. So it's something just born into them. That's a permanent path. That's beyond us. The one that we want to recognize and be aware of is the second path, the glitch path. And so I'm going to give you, and that's somebody who just temporarily, they aren't this pattern all the time, like the permanent one, they just glitch into it and then go back to their other patterns. So let me give you an example, and I'm going to give you an example of a criterion. We said they naturally would back up into aberrant behavior. So when they are in that paralysis analysis, they're digging their heels in and they're resisting. What oftentimes happens is they glitch over into aberrant behavior, and then they will either strike out at somebody or they will withdraw. But that is their natural backup. Doesn't mean it's always where they go or it's even the right thing, but it's just the natural tendency. So this is, and some of you will remember this story. I feel like we're picking on the airlines today, but they give us such great material. This was Steven Slater and JetBlue. You guys remember this story? Steven Slater, it was Criterion, flight attendant, and the plane had landed, but it was still on an active runway, and he kept getting on the loudspeaker telling everybody to stay seated until the plane was secure at the gate. And a couple of the passengers kept standing up and trying to get their luggage and their purses and their items out of the overhead bin, and he kept telling them to sit down. Well, he got so mad that he glitched into this aberrant behavior, and he grabbed the microphone. He told that whole plane of passengers where to go, told them off, reached over and opened the door and pulled the chute, the slide, walked into the galley, grabbed a beer, popped it open, took a drink, and slid down that slide and walked away. So he glitched into this behavior, and I always laugh and say, I guess you got to have a little respect for a guy who had presence of mind to grab a beer on the way out the door. But he glitched into this behavior. Now, before anybody judges that behavior, we have all been guilty of it, right? How many times has something happened? Let's say you're sitting in a meeting and you're throwing out ideas and everybody's ignoring them, or they're just laughing at your ideas. What do you typically do? Push back, cross your arms, say, I'm not saying another thing this whole meeting, right? We glitch into this behavior. So we've all been guilty of it, or we lash out at somebody. So what we need to be aware of is if we find ourselves there, if we glitch into this behavior, own up to it, go and apologize and pull yourself out. Do not stay there. If you notice somebody on your team that has glitched into this behavior, and again, different reasons people get there. Sometimes it has nothing to do with work. Sometimes it is a significant life event. They've lost a loved one, a serious health issue, loss of family member lost a job. It could be a divorce. Lately, it could be a virus, right? They're just being cooped up too long that can cause people to glitch into this behavior. There's one pattern that will cause them to glitch into this behavior more than any of the other patterns. Which one do you think that is? Any guesses? Which pattern can cause somebody to glitch into this behavior? Is everybody still with me?
Apollyon.
Say that louder.
Apollons.
Yeah, Apollons, because of their loud way they talk and bark orders, and their cutting sense of humor, right, can cause people to glitch into this behavior. Sometimes we're just guilty of causing people to glitch there without realizing it. You know, how many times have we promoted somebody, perhaps before they're ready, or we've promoted them and promised them that we would give them the additional training they need to take over that leadership role, and then we get busy and we don't have time to train them, and so now they're in over their head. And what do? They either start lashing out because they're overwhelmed, or they withdraw. So lots of different reasons that people can glitch into this behavior. But we want to be able to recognize it and acknowledge it, right? We want to give them a little bit of time, a listening ear, a pat on the back, maybe more training if that's what they need. But the one thing we do not want to do is let this behavior go on so long that it pulls the rest of the team down, because it will. And we've all seen that happen. All right, one final story about somebody who glitched into this behavior, and then we'll move on. There was a guy named Herb. And Herb, this was in the Charlotte Observer several years ago. Herb worked at a local movie theater, and he worked in the concession stand, and he was 77 years old. He wanted to be promoted to the ticket booth. That was the big promotion, to the ticket booth. But they kept telling him no. And Herb got so mad that he glitched into this aberrant behavior. He said, look, if you do not promote me to that ticket booth, I will go home, get my Aunt Effie's ashes, and I will bring them into work and I will dump them in your popcorn. Well, they did not promote him, and he made good on his threat. He even spent a little time in prison for extortion because he carried out his threat, poured her in the popcorn. Now, those who went to the movie theater that day said she was a sweet old lady. All right, I'm telling you, I made that last line up, but the rest of it is true. Rest of it, I promise, is true. Okay. Now, I told you I'm going to tell you how to read these assessments, and then once we hang up, I will send them to you. Now, it'll make more sense once they're in your hands and you can really study them, but if I send them to you without a little bit of context at what you're looking at, it gets confusing. And then when you meet with Rick and I for your individual conversations, we will tell you what the combination of patterns in each scenario, each situation means for you, that your primary and backup. So your front page will just tell you, you filled it out, your manager, and how many colleagues or direct reports in yellow. Now those are combined for confidentiality. So I want everybody to hear this. Please, please, please go back and thank the people that completed this assessment on you. Because you filled it out, you know that it took a little bit of time. You asked them for their honesty. And so trust me, they are watching, they know you're here today. And so they are watching and waiting for you to come back in or to get back in a virtual meeting with them. And the last thing that Rick and I want to hear, the last thing we want to hear is something like, boy, here comes Marcus, and boy, is he pissed. So we do not want that phone call. So please go back and thank them for taking the time to fill these assessments out on you. All right. You will have 10 different pages that look like this. So up in the corner, it says situation 1, and I hope you can read that on your computers, but if not, it'll make sense to you when you get your situation 1, and this one is decision making. The next page will be crisis and so forth. So you were measured in 10 different areas. 5 of them are management situations, task focused, and 5 are leadership or people focused areas. So each of those scenarios will have its own page. This line, this green line you see at 60% is what we call the environmental impact line. So that means that anything to the right of that green line, your colleagues are saying we see this in you in the workplace. It's having an impact on us. Doesn't mean it's not there if it's to the left of that green line. It just means that it's not having the same impact or influence on those around you. So for you and your manager, there will always be a bar at 100% and another bar at 86% because you're the only two who filled this out on you. When you get down to the yellow, then you might, and I'll show you. So you're at the top in the blue, management in the middle, and then colleagues combined at the bottom. And that's where you're going to start seeing more variance because you have more people in the mix down here. Okay, the next page, well, not the next page. So you have 10 of those scenarios. And then behind that, you will have only if you had direct reports, 3 or more direct reports that completed this, you will have 2 additional pages that like effectiveness and interpersonal effectiveness and team effectiveness. So if you did not have at least 3 direct reports, you will not get these additional 2 pages. All right, this is just additional information for you that kind of supports what we're going to see in the assessment. So you'll have 2 pages like that. Then everybody will have a summary or an overall page. This will switch from a strength rating. So those bars, the computer took all that information in and spit out those bars with your primary and your backup in what's called a strength rating. But when you get to this overall summary page, it switches from a strength rating to what % of the time did they put you in each of these categories. So in this case, if you look in the middle, your self-report is on top, manager in the middle, and colleagues on the bottom. And if you look at the self-report here, there is nothing highlighted in the primary line. That is because you have to be in a category 50% of the time or more to establish a consistent primary. They did have 2 in backup that tied here on their self-report. And then least likely, if you remember the assessment, they ranked most like, second most like, and least like. And least like is in orange over here under aberrant, right where you want it. Least like, aberrant. Manager in the middle, in this case, 80% of the time, put that person as actualizer, and 40% strategist in backup, least like them, aberrant. And then colleagues, 90% of the time in primary, actualizer, and tied in backup, again, between both strategist and sentinel. Behind that, you'll have 2 pages that look like this. It's everything that we have gone over. So it's up at the top, you'll see Apollyon all the way over to aberrant. And down the left side, you'll see the 10 scenarios: decision making, conduct in a crisis, how they handle conflict, and so forth. So that is because when you leave here, or after you talk to Rick and I guess it's not here because you're going to have more information after you talk to Rick and I, but you may forget 2 weeks later what we said. So let's say in a crisis, you have Apollyon as backup from your manager and you want to know what that meant. You come over here and find Apollyon, the situation is crisis, and you can read a generic layman's definition about that pattern. So it's not necessarily what that individual said about you. It's just a generic layman's definition that will give you the pro and the con if that bar is too strong. And Rick and I will tell you as we go through whether it's too strong or not. So I just want to reiterate, when you get yours, 50% or greater to establish a consistent primary. So if you do not have something highlighted in primary, it's because they did not put you in that category at least 50% of the time. And then it only takes 30% to establish a consistent backup. Okay, we do have a handful of people that we refer to, 7% of all the people who've ever filled this out, actually, we refer to as our our 90% club, because only 7% of the people who have received these through all the years have achieved 90% from both their manager and their colleagues. So if you're in that category, you're like the Navy SEALs of leadership. And very few, that is an elite crowd that makes it there. Any questions for me on how to read these reports? And I know once you get them, you will have other questions, but that's why we scheduled one-on-one conversations with me or with Rick. But anything at this time that I might be able to answer?
Sherry?
Yes.
Well, while they're thinking about that, the PDF will be coming to you with 11 suggestions as to how to manage the Apollyon.
Yeah, and I will be sending that out along with the more detailed version of all those patterns, because I can mass send those, but I will send you individually your LPA, your leadership pattern assessment. And I think I want to take just a moment here. Normally, if you guys want to just take a few notes on this, I won't spend a lot of time, but Rick and I have patterns that we like to see, primary and backup. And we'll say 1 and 2 primary backup patterns. And yours may not be right in line with this, but again, that's why we're talking one-on-one. We can tell you sometimes it makes sense why yours would not completely coincide with this. It might be because of your particular job. So for instance, if you are in engineering, if you're in accounting, if you're in any type of safety position, I would expect to see a little bit more criterion perhaps on your assessment than I would somebody who's in marketing or sales, and where I might expect to see a bit more strategist in theirs. So, some of it will make sense why yours doesn't fit exactly with what we say the ideal is, so to speak. Were you getting ready to make a comment, Rick?
No. I just the comment I'm going to make was just to. Oh, I'm getting a lot of feedback here. No, ma'am.
I have a comment that distracted me. It says, "Does it say rock star on the cover, or does that get presented in the coaching session?" Stephen, trust me, yours has a giant A stamped on the front, and I won't mention which pattern that goes with. Okay.
Sherry, I'm sorry. I was getting some feedback, so that's why I went ahead and said no, ma'am, because everything I was saying to you was coming back to me like an echo. So I went to no comments at that point. But the PDF was the only thing I wanted them to know they would be receiving with the 11 suggestions. But you've already answered that.
Yeah, we did get that. All right. Okay, so if you want to make any notes on this, if not, that's fine. You can just listen, and then Rick and I can reiterate when we have you one-on-one. But just a little definition by each of these. The first situation you'll see, and I mainly just want to give you that definition, is decision making. So this is how others perceive you in decision making. And this is, I wrote longer timeline because this is typically your everyday decisions that we have the luxury of a bit more time to go out and get input from other people and so forth, versus the next one, crisis, where a decision has to be made very quickly. So On this one, and I put my notes down here by the colleagues just because that's where the bigger variances come in, how your colleagues perceive you. So on this one, we'd like to see actualizer as number 1 because they get that collaboration. They go through what we call group process and get everybody's input and thoughts on an idea, but then they step up and make the final decision. And then second, we have strategists because the visionary, they're the ones that help us to look outside the box, outside the norm, and take our companies to the next level. Now, again, you know, if you're in engineering, if you're something that needs to be more analytical and detailed, you may have criterion as your backup on this one, perfectly appropriate. And if you have questions as we go through these, please just ask. 2, the second scenario is responding to a crisis, how you're perceived in responding to a crisis. This is a task or a firefight, very short timeline. Somebody's got to step up and make the call. So on this one, we have 1 as actualizer again, because they are results oriented. And then we have 2 as Apollyon, because Apollons are at their best in a crisis. This is their strength. So again, actualizer will step over into the backup Apollyon and take that sense of urgency, decisiveness, and accountability. They'll turn the heat up on those 3 things without the mean stuff. And then once the crisis is over, turn it back down. Conflict with superiors, number 3. This can be task or non-task. It can be a personal or professional conflict that you're having. On this one, we'd like to see actualizer as number 1 because of their directness and their honesty. And then, of course, never hurts to have a little diplomacy when you're dealing up the ladder. So we have strategist coming in as number 2. Now, I oftentimes will see sentinel on this as number 2, and I'm okay with that one too because sentinels are direct but very respectful. And so as long as it's number 2, as long as it's second, your backup, then it's probably completely appropriate. If it's first, sometimes it might be a little bit too direct or a bit condescending coming into play. So as long as it's second, I'm okay with it. Conflict with subordinates, and I wrote degree of patience on this one. We like actualizers 1 because they are patient, but they do have their limitations. Because we talk about the mob, I read a book by Sammy the Bull Gravano in which he said when he was really mad at somebody, he always wanted to take them out, wanted to whack them. But he knew that he couldn't do that without getting John Gotti's approval. And so he'd go to John Gotti and tell him when he was mad at somebody and that he wanted to take him out. And he said John Gotti would always put his arm on his shoulder and take him through these long walks in his gardens behind his house, and they would just have a conversation. And John Gotti would calm him down and tell him all the reasons that he couldn't just go around whacking everybody. And so we related a little bit to that story here because, and then 2 is the sentinel, the patience with short fuse. So what I mean by that is that actualizer will give you those walks in the garden. They'll give you 3 to 4 walks in the garden. Now, if you don't listen to them after the 3rd or 4th time, you're going for a ride in the car, and people don't typically come back from a ride in the car. So a sentinel in backup, they have patience, just a little less so. They will probably give you 1 to 2 walks. How many walks do you think you get with an Apollyon? 0, going straight to the car. Okay, situation 5, communication. This is your general give and take. I often refer to it as that water cooler kind of conversation. It can be task or non-task. Hey, how's that report coming? Or, hey, how was the weekend? We like on this one actualizer as 1 because they do listen attentively. and have relevant discussions. And then synergists coming in second because they're all about people. They seek out opportunities to engage with others. So if you're going to err on this one, err on the side of too much people versus too little. All right, giving feedback. Performance driven. This is how you are perceived in giving feedback to others. Actualizer as one because of their honesty and they partner with you. They will help you reach your goals. They will walk beside you and partner, train, go on sales calls, whatever they need to do to help you meet your goals. And then number 2 coming in is Sentinel again, because Sentinels are actually good teachers. Let me remind you how we do things around here, and they'll walk you through that. They are the teacher, you are the student. Listen and learn. 7, risk-taking, which is highly influenced by the operating environment. If you are in an environment that encourages risks, you're more likely to take them versus one that is more conservative. Now this one, there are 2 that are high risk takers. They are the Apollyon and the strategist. The difference, Apollons roll the dice high with their own ideas, nobody else's, whereas strategists, they'll take the time to go out and get people on board with their viewpoint. 2 moderate risk takers are your Sentinel and your Actualizer. Your Sentinel, they are traditional, so they will always consider what is traditionally done before they'll step out of that box. Whereas actualizers will go out and get all that input and then come back and say, okay, what makes the most sense for us right now? And then of course you have conservative risk taker with a criterion and low risk taker with a synergist. And we prefer actualizer as 1, and then as 2, either the strategist or the sentinel. And again, that, you know, in your field, probably we'd see more sentinel than strategist, that out of the box, crazy risk taking. 8 is coworker relationships. This one has nothing to do with task. It's all about people and do you make others feel valued. We like to see actualizer as 1 because of their genuineness and synergist as 2. Again, all about people, completely people focused. 9 is achieving results, just the opposite, nothing to do with people and all about the task. And what is your, we put method of operation, your MO. On this one, actualizer is 1 because of that intentional focus, that sense of urgency. And then on this one, Apollyon. So when I put tripwire, actualizers will move into their backup when something trips them there. That could be a code violation, a failure for someone to take accountability, a lack of performance, or doing something really, really, really stupid. And we all know what those things are. So those will cause an actualizer to move into their backup Apollyon and turn that heat up a bit. But really on this one, because it's about task, any of those up, actualizer, criterion, sentinel, Apollyon, they're all on the task side. So I guess our preference would be for you to move up in backup on this one. And situation 10, receiving input from others. How open are you to ideas and input from other people? We like to see actualizer as 1 because they will tap into that collective wisdom of the team. And we like to see strategist as 2 there because they are really open to new ideas. They encourage them. And then I just put some comments on the other. Apollons don't care. They're just solo players, so they don't really care about anybody else's input. Sentinels will ask for input, but that's a loyalty check, as we talked about earlier. Criterions are typically not open to input because they're all about policy, procedures, and status quo. And synergists, They will listen to input all day long, but they aren't making a decision. There's got to be a consensus. And then again, I just reiterate on the overall. Any questions on any of that? I went through it quick. I just wanted you to have a little bit of a definition of each of those 10 scenarios. And then when you go through them, just put a little asterisk by any that you have a question, or an arrow up or arrow down. Give yourself some kind of code so you'll know what you want to talk to Rick and I about. Like, how do I increase this one or decrease this one, that type of thing. 80% or greater in your primary with your manager and your colleagues. 80% or greater is that healthy balance of management and leadership. And then, as I said, 90% or greater is that exceptional Navy SEALs place in both of those two categories. All right. Any questions?
Yeah, just a quick general question, not necessarily about what you just broke down, but in terms of the leadership patterns and looking at different occupations. So if you were to give the assessment to, say, 100 lawyers and 100 teachers, would you expect the results to be roughly the same, or would you expect it to be different based on the occupation that you're assessing?
Yeah, so good question. So little bit of, I'll say a little bit of both, because you know, as I said earlier, certain occupations just attract certain behavior patterns. Like accountants are obviously going to attract more criterions, right? Your industry, I see a lot of criterion, whereas other, you know, sales, again, that have to be more outgoing or more out there and persuasive, you might see more strategists. So we'll see a lot of that type thing, but every industry, every position, really, you will see a combination of these patterns. And I can't tell you how many times Rick and I, we go to some of these meetings and people come up and they say, oh, my boss was that Apollyon one, or boy, my boss is so Godfather. And we'll have some of these conversations with you in the coaching. You know, sometimes people will start saying, well, you know, my boss and I kind of butt heads, and then we're like, tell us about your boss. And we'll say, oh, well, what pattern does that sound like, right? And so you're going to be able to start identifying your boss and the people around you and which pattern that they fall into. So that'll make a difference, you know, back in the workplace.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, that's a good question. But yeah, we see certain industries, certain positions, perhaps more of one or the other, but you will see there's always those exceptions in there too. In the plants, for instance, we oftentimes will see more Apollyon in leadership, and we'll see more aberrant sometimes from the people that work for them.
And Sherry, what I would add, and that's why we have to understand the pattern that is in front of us, because if we treat every pattern the same, we'll miss them all. Every pattern has a different view of the world, and we've got to structure our conversations, our communications, our negotiating. You know, we've got to structure them based on their view of the world. That's how you know, really build that relationship and strengthen it.
Yeah, absolutely. Good question. Any other questions? You can also chat them if you prefer, over anything that we've talked about today.
One question that Sarah had, I don't know if you saw, I didn't hear it get answered. Maybe I did, but it said, how long does it take to fairly profile or size up a leader when you work with?
Yeah. Thank you. No, I did not see that. Good question. It typically takes, most of these patterns, the exception being the Apollyon, I guess, but it typically takes about 45 minutes of spending some one-on-one time with you. And I can pretty closely pinpoint where you would fall. And you guys will be able to do that. I mean, it takes a little practice and reading over those bullet points quite a bit. I know a lot of people that will just kind of pin them up on their wall. So when they're talking to somebody on the phone, or if you're in a meeting, you can go, oh, okay, that's you. But yeah, it typically only takes about 45 minutes of having a conversation with somebody to pretty, pinpoint where they are. Some are a little bit more challenging to recognize. We tend to respond differently up the ladder than we do down or laterally, pretty much because we have more to lose up the ladder. So that's why we pulled your manager out separately. There's some value in seeing where your manager placed you compared to everybody else. And really nothing your manager says should be a surprise to you. If it is, Rick and I will help you know how to go have a conversation about what you find on that. So please wait till you meet with Rick and I. Don't go running in and say, hey, jerk, why'd you put me here? We'll help you kind of find some clarity to why you're there and then how to have that conversation. But we typically respond differently up. And what you'll notice is your self-perception, your self-perception really doesn't matter, right? It's how they perceive you that makes the difference. But it's there so for comparison. Typically, our self-perception is either more like our manager or it's more like where our colleagues have us. Sometimes we like to think we're how we respond up the ladder, but our colleagues might give us that reality check and say, no, not so fast. Every now and then they're all the same, but trust me, that is rare. Most of the time there is a difference between them. And, again, if any of you see, and Rick and I do not look at these patterns until after today, because when we have you in session, and this isn't such a big deal, maybe virtually as it was when we would get face to face with you, but we didn't want to go in with any preconceived notions. Now, a lot of times we'd leave the session and say, hey, that's Stevens and Apollyon. But we didn't want to go in that way. And so we would not look at your end results unless there was a reason to ahead of time. But if some of you see a little bit of aberrant above that green line when you get your results, no, again, these are snapshot in time, and your colleagues are saying that right now, for some reason, you are avoiding giving us feedback if it's in the feedback area, or avoid dealing with conflict or whatever it is. And and that you can change. Remember, we can change behavior, and typically it doesn't take that much. It could be the way you're wording something, or it just could be you're taking too long to deal with it, and we'll help give you some starting points to start changing any of those things. Because we all want to improve and get better at what we do, this game of leadership and management. We just don't always know where to start. And so Rick and I will help you find those starting points. You wouldn't be in this session if you didn't want to improve and grow and be better at what you did. So, good question. Any others?
Well, this activity, the exercise we're going to use next, is going to be sort of a test to see how much of this you took away with you today.
Yeah, so now the fun part, at least fun for us. And I did not get this approved, but I know I have some people online that can approve it. Do we have a little Amazon gift card on the table, Kelly or Jess, if for whoever is the winner or winners?
Something.
Okay, all right. So a little competition here too, folks. A little maybe money on the table. All right, if you'll go to those links that I sent you for the behavior bingo, I sent them yesterday, and click on those links to open them up. You can click these responses right on there. It should give you an X. If it doesn't, you know, you can also have it run off either way. And we're going to play a little, everybody knows how bingo works, right? We'll call something out, and when you think you have the answer, find it on that sheet and put an X. And when you think you have bingo, you know, that could be up, down, across, yell out bingo. Everybody ready? Anybody not ready? All right, here we go. Number 1. Although senior management sets the tone for the organization, our influence in our own blank comes from our flexibility and how we interpret that message to those around us. Now, I'll give you a hint on this one. This is one of those 5 factors that we discussed in January. Although senior management sets the tone for the organization, our influence in our own blank comes from our flexibility in how we interpret that message for those around us. Number 2, the actualizer has the best balance in applying these 2 dynamics, a focus on both blank and blank. Everybody should get that one. The actualizer has the best balance of these 2. Best balance in applying these 2 dynamics, a focus on both blank and blank. Number 3, the 2 opposite extremes are the Apollyon, known as the blank, and the synergist, known as the angel of mercy. Number 4, the gotta know for the sentinel is that they place this characteristic trait above all others. It's the gotta know for the sentinel. They place this characteristic trait above all others. Number 5, the actualizer measures success differently. They measure success by achieving results and also by a blank. Actualizer measures success differently. They measure success by 1, achieving results, and 2, by blank. Number 6, a major factor that influences our behavior in the workplace is our blank. So we begin to emulate this behavior, the good, the bad, and the ugly, and in turn, we also create this influence on those who report to us. Again, this is from those 5 factors. Something that influences our behavior in the workplace. Number 7, the synergist is also known as the blank due to their nature to avoid conflict and be liked by everyone. That one may be a little more challenging. You have to look at what characteristic that goes with the synergist. And this is due to their nature.
Can you repeat that?
Yeah, the synergist is also known as the blank due to their nature to avoid conflict and to be liked by everyone. Okay, number 8. And just so you know, everybody received a different link, so they're all mixed up on everybody's sheet. Number 8, the criterion operates by the books and strictly enforces policy. In other words, they are known as the blank. The criterion operates by the books and strictly enforces policy. In other words, they are known as the blank. No bingo yet, huh? Okay, number 9. Our behavior is often influenced by our natural tendencies, which are formed at an early age and is known as our blank. And this is from those 5 factors again. Our behavior is often influenced by our natural tendencies, which are formed at an early age and is also known as our blank. Number 10. This pattern is extremely accommodating and will often go along to get along. This pattern is extremely accommodating and will often go along to get along.
Does the free space count as an X?
Sure.
I think I have bingo then.
You have bingo. Okay, you want to call them out? Did anybody else get bingo?
I think so. I'm probably wrong, so.
Well, let's go. Let's go.
I think so too.
They had bingo. Was that Sydney?
Joseph,
I think
I said
Joe's
it
first, right?
Yeah.
Yes, Sid.
Okay, well, let's go through. Joseph, why don't you tell me which ones you have, and let's confirm yours, and then we'll see if the others had it.
Okay. I didn't get the numbers for all of them, but
Okay.
I have tasks and people.
Tasks and people, that's number 2. The actualizer has the best balance in applying these 2 dynamics of focus on both tasks and people. That is correct.
And Prince of Darkness.
Yes. Prince of Darkness is number 3. The 2 opposite extremes are the Apollyon, known as the blank, Prince of Darkness, and the synergist, also known as Angel of Mercy.
Manager's leadership style. It's towards the end, maybe 6 or 5.
Yeah, I've got to find that. There it is. Okay. Number 6, a major factor that influences our behavior in the workplace is our manager's leadership style. We begin to emulate this behavior, the good, the bad, and the ugly, and in turn, we also create this influence on those who report to us. Correct.
And then number 9, personality.
And then, yes, number 9, our behavior is often influenced by our natural tendencies, which are formed at an early age and is known as our personality. So you absolutely got that. Kelly or Jess, are you keeping track of these for us? The winner?
Chat box just popped up at one time.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm going to check the others too. Okay. So Joseph called it first, so he's the big winner. Yay. And now who else thinks they have it?
I think so, but I'm probably wrong, so.
All right, what do you have any of those we just talked about?
So I have personality, free space, and I mean I have the other ones, but they're not in the line.
Tell me.
So loyalty, which
You
was the
have-
Godfather.
Loyalty is number 4. The gotta know for the Sentinel is that they place this characteristic trait above all others, loyalty.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then peacekeeper.
We do have Peacekeeper. That was the one that was probably the toughest. Synergist is also known as the Peacekeeper due to their nature to avoid conflict and be liked by everyone.
And then the last one, which I think I'm wrong, but is the operating environment.
Is operating environment. I think you are right. Where is that? That was the first question. Although senior management sets the tone for the organization, our influence in our own operating environment comes from our flexibility and how we interpret that message for those around us. So you're absolutely right.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been sitting on it for like at least a turn or two.
I didn't want to speak up, so Joseph got number 1.
That's okay.
Anybody?
Fellow Siemens Energy. It's all good.
It's all in the family. Did anybody else get bingo?
I think Sydney Fowler.
Yeah, I did.
Sydney did. Okay. Anybody else? And if there, I think we went over them all. We missed code of conduct. That was the 5. The actualizer measures success differently. They measure success by achieving results and also by code of conduct. So that could have been in there. And I think we mentioned rules keeper was in there as well. Criterion operates by the books and strictly enforces policy. In other words, they are known as the rules keeper. So anybody else? So I've got Joseph, Steve. Anybody else have bingo out of there? Before I gave you all the answers? I thought one more was in the mix. Sydney.
Yes, I did too.
Okay, so I have 3 on there. So Kelly, let me know if you're going to take care of that or you need me to. But I have Joseph as first place and then Stephen and Sydney second. All right. Just kind of a fun way to wrap that up and have some fun with these patterns, see what you remember. Now, when we come back, when we see you again, and let me...
I believe it's their April session.
So the session is April. We switched that date, Kelly, to April.
It should be April 20th, I believe. Let me just check here.
I think it's 20th and 21st.
Yeah, and we'll be with you on the 20th. So originally we were going to be with you March 30th, but we've kind of moved everything back a session. So it's the April 20th. So the next time we are going to look beyond the boundaries at a case study where an individual had to take a stand on how their patterns play into it. So bring your notes on these patterns back with you. Today, we had you in groups. We had you debate twice because that's reality, right? Sometimes as leaders, we have to take a position, and it's not always clear what that position should be, but we have to take a stand. We have to take a position. So that's what we were having you do today. See, there's a method behind our madness. Some of it's just madness. We have to admit, we just love it, but there is a method to it. So next time, we're going to look at this case study. We're going to look at how change and risk play a part in that and taking a stand and taking a position. We're going to look at how courage and conviction are part of it. And so, again, there may be a little money on the table next time. Of course, that money is in the form of a Amazon gift card, but it's same difference, right? All right, so in the meantime, when we hang up today, I'm going to send you your individual assessments. I know you're chomping at the bit to get those in your hands. And Rick and I will answer any questions when we have you one-on-one. If you have if you're just dying to get a question answered immediately, please shoot me an email. I'll do my best to get back to them. And then I will send you as a group a full version of those patterns that tells you when you are this pattern, like under Apollyon, when you are an Apollyon, when you work for an Apollyon, or when one reports to you, and that will be on each of those pages. And so you'll have that information and Rick's Apollyon notes that he has forwarded to me. All right. Questions, comments from anybody? All right, gang. I think you're 10 minutes early for happy hour or whatever is going on next, but it's been a pleasure being with you. Look forward to our one-on-one discussions as well. So until next time, Rick, you want to say anything?
Just wanted to again say thank you for sharing part of your day with us, and we are excited about seeing you again in the not too distant future. Thank you for your leadership today. Thank you for your input and the energy that you had. That was something we appreciate so much, right, Sherry?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. All right, gang. Until next time. Bye.
Thank you.